Take a seat. Propaganda spreaders rolling down the street, spreading the lies, dropping the shit at our feet, throwing that nonsense, spitting the lies, talking through they teeth. Don't know shit. Only what they think, pushing that narrative, thinking they won't sink, going on day after day. They only wanna see it one way. Take a seat, go ahead, I'll wait. We see you, too late. Take a seat, you're done, sit down. Propaganda pushers,
yeah, sit down. Sit down.
Yeah.
Sit down.
Evie the puts in jet feet, that great, throwing out bullshit, boy. I can't wait. Who signed your paycheck? Is it out the whole state? Propaganda pushers,
Stop now, it's too late.
we see you, we see what you doing. Eyes wide open, ain't no confusion. Every little rumor, every fake conclusion you built on the line. Now watch that illusion. Take a seat, go ahead, I'll wait. We see you,
Too late.
take a seat, you're done, sit down. Propaganda pushers,
Yeah, sit down.
Say it like it is, not what you sold. Same old story, just cheap and cold. You talk in circles, we break the mold. Say it to my face, don't fall. Take a seat, go ahead, I'll wait. We see you,
Too late.
take a seat, you're done, sit down. Propaganda pushers,
Yeah, sit down. What a horrible man. What a horrible man. What a horrible man.
Dirty Santa with his dirty old beard. Mr. Prosecutor always acting so weird. Telling lies corrupt as he can be. Dirty Santa, take a good look, you'll see. King of the plea deal for 30 plus years. Never ran a trial, must be out of fear. He ain't smart enough to tie his own shoes. Dirty Santa saying things we don't wanna hear. The shame is real, plea deal bill. Got the I can't win blues. Gotta fake it to make it. Cause he's so bad, can't lose. Dirty Santa, dragging that beard. Dirty Santa, damn this dude weird. Hey, shut him down. We try all the cases, shut him down. Shove it in his face. Dirty Santa.
What a horrible man.
He can't do it, find someone who can. Lie the county prosecutor, so sad. Every case he touched, got a cheap little plea, but he act real tough when the cameras be. Talk big, go fast, that's his game. Same old grin, same old shame. You hear that jingle? It ain't joy, it's a dirty old grift in a cheap disguise. Boy, shame is real when the truth come through. Everybody in the room know exactly who. All that talk, all that front, can't run a trial, but he sure can't stunt. Dirty Santa, dragging that beard.
Dirty Santa.
Damn, this dude weird. Shut him down. We try all the cases. Shut him down. Shove it in his face. Dirty Santa. What a
What a horrible man.
please deal
Good afternoon and welcome back to the cafe, all you beautiful peeps. Great to see you today. I hope you're having an amazing day. I hope everybody had a safe and happy 4th of July. God bless all of you. It is great to have you back. The doors are open for business here at the cafe today, guys. Come on in and hang out. And let's catch up on true crime in the world, folks. Let's have a talk today. The link will be pinned. Come on in, grab a seat, get off your feet, grab your cup, and fill it up. You know how this goes. Let's do it. Here we go.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the True Crime Cafe.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Thank you guys for joining me this afternoon. I hope you're all having a great day. I hope everybody's feeling good, doing good, healthy, happy, safe, all of that. I hope you all had a beautiful, beautiful 4th of July celebration. If you did or didn't, even if you didn't, I hope it was just a safe and happy day for you. Period. It is Sunday. Welcome to the cafe again. This is one of two shows for today. Later this afternoon, early evening, I will be doing a cafe conspiracy show. So I hope you're here for that. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable. There's a link pinned. We're going to be catching up on the true crime in the world today. I'd love to have you guys joining me and express your feelings, thoughts, and opinions on what's going on. Again, happy heavenly birthday to Miss Xana Kernodle. She is truly loved and missed, and God bless, sweet girl. It did cool down, thank God. It has been so hot, so hot. I hope that's been helpful. Come on in, guys, get comfortable. Let's see who's joining us today. G Bean's in the house. Good to see you, G Bean. Tomboy. Oh, yeah. I am cutting my head off, ain't I? There we go. Thank you, Tomboy. Tomboy's in the house. Ms. Kiki, welcome to you. Good to see you. Jessie Lynn, Miss Jessie Lynn. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Moonbreaker's in the house. Eddie's in the house. One made nut. Good to see you. Miss Wendy, welcome back to you. Miss Tandy's in the house. Let me see. Let me see. G Bean, Miss Wendy, Simply Solo, and Yinzel. Good to see ya. Red Riding Hood's in the house. Good morning to you. Good to have you here. Sweet Pea, welcome back to you. Miss Sarah D's in the house, guys. Please make sure you're subscribing to Miss Sarah D on Twitter and YouTube. You don't want to miss it out. Miss Sarah has everything for the Idaho 4Ks wrapped up nice and neat for us. Always very grateful of her stuff. Thank you again, Miss Sarah, for joining us today. Mandy Gillian, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. George Stewart, welcome, my friend. Great to see ya. In Stitches, what's up, neighbor? Good to see ya. Thank you for being here today. Let me see. K-Kaz, welcome to you. Sleuther dancing in. Good to see you, Sleuther. Always happy to have you here, and I appreciate you very much. As always, thank you to the moderator for doing their thing, being here, taking time out of their day to do it here. I appreciate it very much, more than you know. Couldn't do it without him. That is a fact. Sweet Lisa Winchester, welcome back. Good to see you. Mikey with the last 24s in the house. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for being here. As always, appreciated. Baby Ames, great to see you. Rebecca Seidner, welcome back. Good to see you. JJPP, welcome to you. And I think, let me see. Like we got 78 people in the house, guys. And we have roughly about 33 likes. Let's see if we can make that match. Blue Eyed Butterfly, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Colonel H, welcome back, my friend. Great to see you. Truth Not Redactions, welcome. Thank you for being here. The Beach Babe, welcome to you. You are always welcome, Miss Sarah. Mandy Lynn Sue, great to see you. Thank you for being here. Hello. Amy Oleski, welcome to you. Thank you, Tomboy. Bomb Toy, the Bomb Toy. Why, thank you for dumping your DNA all over the like button. I do appreciate that. Skilla's in the house. Good to see you, Skilla. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. Let's get into this today if we can. Still, it is warm here. Don't get me wrong. It is still hot, but it's not like insane like it was. Enod, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Good day to you, buddy. Great show last night with the verdict room. Myself, Mikey, and Miss Logan pulled it off. It was great. We did miss Miss Kim, very much so, but it was great. We still pulled it off. Great show. Thank you for the call-ins. Uh, Great stuff, guys. I'm looking forward to the next one already. This coming Saturday, we're going to be joined by Truth and Neurons. That's going to be awesome. Looking so much forward to that one. And the following week will be the next show would be with Pavarotti's joining us on Saturday, the 18th of July. Can't wait for that one as well. Yay, yay. Looking forward to them both. Like we got somebody knocking at the door already. Like a guest is gonna join us. Let's see who we got. Yeah. Welcome, Eddie. How are you, sir?
It's good to see you again, Dago. Thanks for having me up.
Always, bud. Always, always. Great to have you here. I hope you had a good 4th of July yesterday.
I did.
Good. Good to hear. Great to hear.
I need
Safe.
help from everybody real quick.
Okay. Well,
I
that's
feel
why
like your
we're here.
volume is just a smidge down. The other day you played, I forget what it was, a sound effect or
Uh-huh.
something that was overpowering. So you made a couple adjustments. And ever since you did that, I think your volume ended up being just a little bit too low, just by like an increment.
Yeah, no, that's
Am I right, everybody? Or
weird.
is that just
I didn't touch my volume, but
okay?
I don't know. That's strange. I'll have to check my settings
Okay,
and
so
see
for
what's going on.
example, your music, your lead-in music
Yeah.
was at, say, the normal volume, and then once the music ended and your speaking voice, through your microphone, was kind of
You know,
significantly less,
you know what it might
noticeably
yeah.
less.
I know what it might be. It might be my soundboard. I have faders on my soundboard that might and I have denoising going and all sorts of other weird things. So what may happen is when the music plays, it plays prominently and it backs my voice out. But then when it comes back in, it needs to be set. I have to change some of the settings on this board quite a bit because I've had weird issues like that stuff going on. I'm not 100% perfect with this soundboard and the way this system works, so I will get it together though. Let me
It's not
see.
to a point where it's distracting or anything like that, but
Mhm.
if I'm the only one that notices it, then great. Then there's nothing to see
Sure.
here.
No problem. No problem. I will definitely check into it. Automatically adjust mic volume, echo cancellation, everything. Everything's set in the right sense, but I don't know. We'll see. I am using this new microphone as well, and I have probably have to adjust the new microphone to this stuff. So either way, we will check it out, work on it, and see if we can make it match up. Thank you for being here, though. Again, you said you had a good, safe, and happy holiday yesterday.
Yes, I still have 10 fingers and 10 toes.
That's what's important. That is what's important. How's your weather? Is it still super hot where you're at too?
Yes, a little bit too warm, but I'm not going to complain.
Yeah, I know. You're a fan of the heat in the summer and all that stuff. I get it. Jessie lives out there in that same area you do, and she said it's been pretty hot for a while. Our temperature was unbearable here for like a week. It's only 77 today, and the humidity's gone down, so I'm very happy. Very happy. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay. So again, guys, today, welcome everybody. We're gonna hang out today, catch up. It is Sunday, so it's gonna be not the standard Idaho 4. Like it doesn't have to be Idaho 4 is what I'm saying. I'm not saying it can't be Idaho 4, but it doesn't have to be. We're just kind of catching up on true crime around the world, in the world. Maybe it's Idaho 4, maybe it's something else. Who knows? Whatever you want to talk about, whatever I find, we're gonna throw it out there and talk about it and break it down. So, and then tonight I will be here again, early evening, as long as everything goes right, with the Cafe Conspiracy to delve into something wild and crazy for you guys. So I hope you're here for that. I got to ask you a question, Eddie, and it's driving me nuts. It's been driving me insane because of my ears and the things that I hear. Do you have in front of you or are you somewhere near you?
Uh,
And the name that I'm going to say, this is really, really like specific, folks, which makes me feel crazy. But it's a sound I hear a lot when I talk to you. A Corel plate or bowl or cup or something like that that you're close to.
yes, I do.
Is it Corel?
I'm not sure. It's a
It has
plate.
to be. It has to be, bro. It has
Yeah,
to be.
good
It
ears.
ha dude. Okay, listen, you guys. This is insane. Okay, it's probably been the last 6 or 7 times Eddie's been up here. He'll bump it or tap it or something. Okay, and I hear it, and I'm like, wait a minute. It took me like the 3 times to figure out that it was Corel. Corel makes, for those of you that know, I know, Jesse, I know. I'm insane. I get it. Um, I'm saying Corel China, whatever you want to call it, they make a specific type of porcelain or whatever it's made out of, and it's got a ting to it that you can't miss. Okay, so whether he bumps it with a pen or his finger or something like that, when it does it, I hear it. I'm like, what the hell is that? And it finally, it came to me a while back. I know, gee, it's crazy. I don't know if it has something to do with what being a musician. You hear sounds, you know sounds, and you listen to sounds, but they have a specific sound. That brand in general has a specific sound it makes. So I'm sorry. I know
No,
that's I know
it's
that's nuts.
that's wow. That's very perceptive. So I'll tell you the setup that I have here. So StreamYard takes, it seems like, a lot of battery power, so the phone gets
Oh
hot.
yeah, yeah.
So I got a plate. I figured it out. There's a system. There's a plate that I put like a wash rag on that's folded to the size of my phone, and of course that's dampened, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So there, my phone will sit, and it helps to cool it, especially in the summertime.
Of course.
So yeah, there's the plate right in front of me with my phone, so that it doesn't overheat.
That is awesome, dude. I knew I was hearing that. I knew it. And I was like, do I talk about this? Do I ask this question? They're going to think I'm insane. I couldn't help myself anymore because it just did it again. And I was like, okay, I can't hold it anymore. It's got to be Corel. For those of you that know what I'm talking about, Corel makes a very strong, lasting brand. Like I have a couple plates that were my grandmother's. You could drop them and they just kind of spin. They don't break, bro. They're very strong and amazing dishware. So it sounds like Corel. I know it's insane to say that, but it does.
It's kind of
Somebody
amazing.
somebody said to click like something on it so that they can hear what I'm hearing. If you don't mind, Eddie.
Okay, I'm not sure what I end up bumping. It could be the phone's power cord.
Awesome. Just the edge of the plate or something would be good.
It could be, I don't know what else. A pencil.
There it is.
Okay.
There it is. I'm telling you, it is Corel. I know it's crazy. It is crazy. I know, but I was listening to this and I listen every now and then I'll hear him bump it. And that, by the way, the idea that he has to cool his phone down is absolutely amazing. That's a great idea, Eddie. Unfortunately, this is one of the reasons why I'm not a big iPhone fan because they do get hot. They do have those problems and they can shut you down. But welcome, Miss Claire. Good to see you. There, yeah, that sound is whether it's a bowl, a plate. The cups don't really do it, but the plates and the bowls definitely have that same sound. It is Corel. I promise you, it is. So anyway, now that this could play into me being on the spectrum, folks. I'm telling you, I've got some things that I do that drive people insane. That's one of them. Simply said, Eddie, is it solid white or is it patterned?
Good question. So it's solid white, but it has like green flower border around the perimeter.
That is Corel. Bingo. Thank you, Simply. That's the answer. They have blue ones and green ones. That is
Yeah,
Corel.
this is green.
The fact that you knew what kind is awesome. I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you. I grew up with it, and I know the sound it makes. I know the brand it is. I've watched it many, many times, so I get it. I think there's gold too. Somebody said gold. I've seen the green and the blue. My mom had the blue. My grandmother had the green. Yeah, they're worth money too. That's a good point. I was going to say that some are collectible. The patterns that they have, the flower patterns. If you have certain ones from way back when, they are worth money, guys. For anybody that's a collector. Not that we're in here talking about collectible dishware, but you know. Yes, I'm a little wild and a little crazy sometimes, you guys, with some of the shit that I say and do. But Jenny Sorrentino, good to see you. Stone Enchantress, welcome. Beach Babe, good to see you. Burrow Down, that's I think what it is right there. A sound, I hear sounds different than other people do. Guys, I just dropped Sarah D's link in here. Please make sure you subscribe to her on YouTube. I appreciate you so very much. Oh, here comes the storm. Pyrex is another one. Yeah. Right. Good stuff. Good stuff. Diego, I have to tell you, I love your channel. We are free to speak respectfully to you and each other and have the best chat and mods. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you. Holy shit, that was loud. Did you guys hear that? My whole house just shook.
No, I didn't.
Oh, here comes the damn storms. Yay. Thank you so much for that. Truth, not redactions. That's what I want you guys to have when you're here, and I'm grateful that you're saying that. I appreciate that so very much. Dave Schweitzberg, welcome. Carell doesn't it? Yeah, that's the other thing. That's why it's such great stuff, you guys. I don't think I've ever seen a piece break, but I think my mother, when I was a kid, somehow she broke a piece of it on the countertop or something. I think something fell on it. And he's right. It just broke into like bigger pieces. It doesn't shatter into little splintered pieces. So it's very good dishware, guys. It's made for that reason. That is awesome. Sarah saying hopefully tomorrow she'll have a new Ewu doc. I'm looking forward to that. Definitely. Blue MB Kovac, welcome. That's right. Happy heavenly birthday to Ms. Anna Kernodal. Very, very much loved and missed. Yeah, we're getting storms right now. Noni's in the house. Good afternoon, Miss Noni. Great to see you. Miss Kiki. Brian Todd, welcome, my friend. Purell hand sanitizer. That's another brand. What you just said there, Truth and Redactions, is exactly my whole reason for doing this. And I'm grateful that you said that because that's exactly what I want. Lost Faith, good to see you. Pharrell is the stuff, guys. I'm telling you, Miss Claire, great to see you again. All right. And thanks for jumping up here today, Eddie.
Yeah, you know what's funny is that by coincidence, I have something that also has been bothering me for quite some time. And that's why I'm up here.
Let's talk about it, sir.
Well, as you can imagine, it has to do with the Idaho 4.
And that's okay.
And we can have the discussion at a later date, too. I know probably Jesse would want to be part of this discussion.
Yeah, he usually does. He usually does.
But it has to do with, the so-called hair in Ethan's hand, which, as you all know, I think that is ridiculous. And I would like to put it to bed. I would like to either have someone show me.
There's Jesse right there, buddy.
Oh. Show me that there is hair in Ethan's hand, or allow me to show them that there is not. I think it's a conversation that needs to happen, but it's kind of like a taboo conversation too, I feel. So I've been putting it off and avoiding it and procrastinating for some time, but I don't know, maybe one of these days we can, and I don't think it takes a full stream, it wouldn't be something that would cut into too much time.
Right.
But it would be interesting to have because, the way I like to break things down is to not run over them so quickly and to jump from point to point to point without enough time to explore and really dig deep into the discussion points and just, have it rapidly moving along and along where you can't really get resolved to any of the talking points. It just moves along so fast. I struggle with those types of conversations, but when we just take the time that's necessary to really examine what's before us.
Understood.
That's kind of like my wheelhouse. So in my view of things, it hasn't happened like that yet. So that's what I'm waiting for. And if it never happens, I understand, but it's going to be interesting if we ever have that conversation.
I think something like that is important to make sure that we can get a 100%, fact or fiction out of it. 100%. I agree with that to make sure that we have real deal facts for sure.
Well, Jesse says he can make it shortly. Is that something you're willing to do, Dago?
I don't mind. That's why we're here, guys. This is what we're doing today.
Whatever we talk about. Ask, and I struggle asking this, but because it's your show, and I feel like it's wrong to ask it. But if it's okay, just for that portion of the show, that no other panelists come up, because when the panel gets too crowded, the conversation does seem to like get pulled in so many directions that I get lost in it, and it's that like the product ends up being
I fully understand. No worries.
yeah. Well, I won't continue on. I think you all get it. It's
Most
to me,
people that have been here for a while,
it's
they
where I
know how.
struggle.
Yeah, I get it. And thank you, real quick. Thank you, Witchy, so very much for that. First on our goal today, is everyone having fun with Bethany's fireworks. Thank you, very much appreciated, Witchy, as always. Oh, wait a minute, make it over here. That is appreciated so much. Very much appreciated. Again, thank you, thank you. And let me move that over here. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. Everybody knows that has been here with you that we usually it's easier for you to discuss things when it's not 25 people up here, and I get it. No worries.
No, and yeah, I get it. It's Dago show, and I don't ever want to ask that because it feels wrong, and like I'd rather just be I'd just rather sit it out than go there and ask
It's
it. But
it's only for that conversation because I've had other people that are uncomfortable having a lot of people up here. I fully sorry. I fully get it. It's no big deal. I try to work with everybody in every way that I can to make everybody comfortable. So that's all. It is no big deal. It's not going to be a long period of time. Let me wave. Well, wave. Welcome to you again, Jesse. Good to see you, my friend. Dave, I'm trying to make sure I got everybody. I don't want to miss anybody here. Simply Solo, which he was Circus Music. Welcome to you.
and simply, I was kind of addressing Jesse's comment, not yours. You're good.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it'll be all. It's no big deal, guys. We've done this since Eddie's been around. That's all. What bothers me the most is the garbage that they said they collected 3 dumpsters of garbage. What did they collect? It? Where are the docs? And yeah, that's a great point and question as well. You are welcome, Wave, and thank you for being here. I'm sorry, in my mind's eye, welcome to you. Good to see you. Thank you for that, Tomboy. Simply said, Eddie, thumbs up and a wink into the eye. Simply's awesome too.
Yeah, circus music, you get it. That's kind of my experience sometimes.
Listen, I've had problems where I go on panels where there's 15 or 20 people, well, not 15 or 20, you know what I mean? A lot of people, and I can't focus on what I'm doing. So I get it. And I lose track of what I'm saying. I get nervous. I get anxious. So it's understood, guys. No big deal. And then that's the thing. Yeah, exactly, Circus. I get it. Thank you, Baby Ames. And thank you for being here today. I appreciate it. I try to be, regardless of what people say. I try to be. Okay. I've heard that there's people saying things again. We go through this all the time because they disagree with the way I do things or say things. I can't be perfect, folks, and not everybody's going to like me, and it's okay. I understand. We're not supposed to like each other 100%. It's not written in blood somewhere that we have to love each other. We just should respect each other. Is my thought. So
Dago through this, and I have a couple timestamps, but through this we may end up pulling up a Turvey interview from either Custody Queens, Off the Clock, Part 1 or Part 2, just to let you know.
not a problem.
Okay.
Yeah, we've looked at that before, Trash Monster. We'll get through that too. Welcome, Beth Wagner.
That's okay, Jesse.
You're good, buddy. I'll wait for you. Brian Todd, we got a couple other things we can discuss while we're waiting. We have plenty of time to discuss multiple things, so don't worry about it.
In that time, is it possible we pull up a community post from Jules' channel,
Yes,
like from a
sure.
day ago?
We sure can. 1 minute. Thank you very much, Miss Claire. I love and appreciate that so very much, and God bless, hon. Enod, thank you again. Yes, please let's discuss the hair. When we could see it on the floor in the photos, I always assumed it was Ethan's, honestly, but not so sure. Well, I definitely never thought it was Ethan's because it's different color than Ethan's completely. But I think it's important to. There's certain things in this case. Let me say it like this: that I think need to be proven and then passed on. Okay, move by it, move past it because it's been a point of contention. Hold on a minute. Okay, that didn't sound good. If I disappear, sorry. It's pretty wild out here right now. um, but it, there's so many little things like this. I know this is a little big thing, but little at the same time. Miss Kim, hello, good to see you, dear. Um, but we will. It would be nice to be able to like get into one specific thing at a time. That's what Eddie was saying that he struggles with is when we bounce around to 5 or 6 different topics and never really conclude one specific thing. And I get it. There's so much to talk about. Um, but that's something I think that's very important here. Okay, because it plays off issues with a lot of other things. So at that point, it's kind of important to go through stuff like that if we can. So I'm definitely interested in having that conversation. Um, thank you, Ro. Tomboy, read this. I don't know what that is, but thank you, Tomboy. Anywho, pulling up this community post from Miss Jules, who, by the way, was last night was in the verdict room. I'm very grateful that Jules she accepted my apology, even though she said I basically didn't need to because she never thought it was my fault for that mess that happened over there. And that's something else. I'm going to restate it again real quick, you guys. I guess at some point there was a disagreement with Pete. Well, we all know what happened here the other day. I'll just leave that there. I'm not going to go back into that. And I let it go. I shut it down. We moved on from it. And that was that. And then I guess some people that were in here had a disagreement about something and they carried it on to another creator's chat. And it's irritating to that creator because they're trying to run their show and there's this distraction that was brought in that came from another channel, started another channel, and then it ended up somewhere else. That doesn't need to happen, folks. And I said this last night on the verdict room before we started. I just want to restate this for anybody that may not have been there. I'm asking this with everything in me. If you care about the channels and myself as a person or any of the other creators, please don't do this, okay? First and foremost, we're all adults. We're going to have disagreements at times, okay? There's no reason to project hate or nastiness or anything to anybody at all. And that's what I shut down that day. I wasn't picking on anybody. I wasn't, I said it to everybody, not just the person on the panel and not just the people in the chat. It was to everybody. And I said that more than once, okay? I don't, name calling and stuff like that, guys. It's not needed. People get upset. Things happen. Maybe they regret it. Maybe they don't. Maybe they mean it. Maybe they don't. People say things when they're angry that maybe they don't always mean, but sometimes maybe they do. It doesn't matter. The point is I just don't have that platform here. And I try to go the opposite direction of that. And I understand, like I said, I've gotten angry and slown words out, but I just don't go directly at people that way. I don't like the drama. Because with drama involved in a true crime case that you're trying to figure out truth in, it's a full distraction, folks. It's not worth it. And it just makes for a mess. So at that point being said, I have no ill will towards anybody that was in here the day that happened. I truly, absolutely love everybody that was here that day. Although I've become the villain in this somehow, but it is what it is. And that's how it happens. And I'll take that. I'll take it. I always do. Right on the chin. No big deal. But there's no need for another creator to have to endure the after effects from that, folks. And I'm asking everybody, if you have a disagreement and it happened in here, don't take it somewhere else. Keep it here or shut it down altogether. That's all I'm saying. I shut it down as soon as I see it. My mods do. We try to. We're not always going to get along. That's it. But there's no reason to take it somewhere else and have that distraction happen in another channel. And she knows that it didn't, it wasn't something that happened on purpose and how that goes because we both agree that we don't like that kind of thing and never have. So just again, out of respect for anybody, including yourself, let's not do stuff like that, okay? We have to be adults. We are all adults, and we should act as such. Is all I'm saying, and that's all I'm saying. Out of respect for yourselves and everybody else, let's not do those things. So, again, thank you to Jules for understanding and her community as well and accepting our apology. My apology. It was me, nobody else. But that's all I'm saying. So, moving forward, um, which post was it, bud? The 4th of July one or the one before?
She's made a couple since, but this one is about a day ago, and it's
To
in
Danny?
reference to Turvey.
Oh, okay. There's one that says, I do wonder if we could petition the crowd and fund for the DNA to be tested the hair. Okay, hold on. Decision or opinion, ordering city's request, Marshall, Megan Marshall. Oh, I see it. Hold on. I think this is the one, dude. Let me know if I'm right. Make it a little bigger so you guys can see it better. Does that look right?
Yes.
Okay. So this says Dr. Turvey. This is Joel's writing this to Dr. Turvey, basically. Now that the autopsy reports are out for the 1122 King Road victims, do you want to clarify your signature wounds? Statements regarding Maddie and Kaylee having 2 vertical parallel cuts on their left shoulders made by a double-edged weapon. The reports prove that to not be true. Just like public records and the info for item 40 proved Xana's blood was not in the kitchen the way your colleague Chris Holland stated. Anything you can put out regarding why you and your colleagues are putting out false information in this case with a question mark. So, here's the problem, folks. This is why Eddie challenges this, why I have challenged things like this, because there is so much stuff coming out that is misinformation, whether it's done mistakenly or whether it's done on purpose. We can't decide that as of yet. But again, I've told you that this person right here, Chris Holland, means nothing to me. This person is unimportant to me. He brought nothing to or took away from anything from this case. He was a friend of Dr. Turvey, or a colleague, I guess you could call him, and he brought nothing to this. So whatever he says, in my opinion, means nothing to me. Okay? He's not an expert that was brought in to do anything. So he just came in and said what he said and left. It was ridiculous. So anything Chris Holland stated is jokes to me. Sorry. I don't pay no attention. 1 minute here. Okay. So that being said, whatever Turvey said, I'm on the fence with some of this stuff because of who he is, the fact that he was hired by the defense, and then other things that he stated. I do have issues with the blood in the kitchen because I've never seen real proof of that. But the hair thing, I'm kind of twisted with that because we physically saw hair attached to the bed frame on the floor in coagulated blood, just as much as they stated that it was in his hand in coagulated blood that had hardened. So I don't know. We also were told that the statements of the debris was actually hair, this and that, and everything else. So again, the problem is, folks, is who do we trust, who don't we trust, and it's very hard to trust anybody. And then the documents, when you read those, truly and honestly, I don't know whether to trust the documents sometimes, which is sad. So it's very difficult to know what's right, wrong, real, not, whatever. And that's why we have these discussions at times. So pretty much Kale's welcome. Thank you for being here. 1 minute, guys. And hold on 1 second, Eddie. Becca, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Lola Gets, welcome to you. I think I got everybody. If I didn't, I will catch up, guys. Colonel H, good to see my friend. Trash Monster, welcome. I definitely try to. It doesn't always happen, Trash Monster, but I do. It's a daily goal for me, and it's hard. You can ask the mods to keep drama away. I do try. Welcome, Nancy. And Jesse will be joining us here just in a few moments, folks. And then we'll jump into this head first. Claire, again, Nancy Road, thank you, and good to see you. Oh, and it looks like Enoch dropped. I think Enoch dropped another one, or is that the same one? Either way, you get another one.
Thank you so much, best friend.
Thank you for that, Enoch. Again. All right. CZ's in the house. Good to see you. Frustration, speculation. Welcome. And it is. That is a problem. I agree with that, Colonel. It's so disappointing. They come in, stir the pot, disappear, agent provocateurs. I mean, it's the best way to put it. They have done it. And like I said, I went off a while back. I got overly frustrated. You guys know this. I snapped out and I was swearing, dropping all sorts of stuff. I am tired of selling books and programs and all sorts of things. Thank you, Tomboy. Bethany D, welcome. Hold on. Wait a minute, Tomboy. Where did you text? Oh, there it is. She did find it? Okay. Jules found the blood in the kitchen info. It did not test positive for human blood. So who the hell, what was it? Murphy's blood or something? Or was it like maybe meat? Maybe meat blood or blood from meat or something. That's interesting. Okay. Thank you, Tomboy. That I didn't know. That's interesting. So there's that. Thank you very much. So, like I said, I went off. I snapped out because Chris Whitcomb come out with this big old bombshells. We're going to drop this and that and blah, 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 blah. For this, for that, sell my book. Sell my book. That's what we did. We sold his book. Now, don't get me wrong, okay? There's some things in this book I am definitely interested in, and it was worth what we got it for, I think. And then you have, it referenced this Dr. Turvey, the expert for the defense. Then he comes out, okay? And he made statements that we all are, it's hard for us to not believe because of who he is, what he does for a living, and that he would say things like that and jeopardize his career as a professional. And that's what we've all discussed over that situation. Then behind him comes his colleague that learned under him, Chris Holland. Okay. Now, what I'm going to say, guys, and I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but if you're a true expert in the field of what he does, you shouldn't have to have an understudy, I'll call it that for lack of better terms, come behind you to back you up, if that makes any sense. And that's basically all that Chris fucking Holland did, was he came in behind Turvey to say, oh, yeah, he's good at what he does. I know him. He's right. It's this, it's that. That's all Chris Holland did, was back up Turvey. And it's kind of sad to me that they came in unison like this. We never heard of, I mean, we know who Chris Holland is, but he just very conveniently came right behind the fallout that happened with Turvey, in a sense, to re-support him as a peer. That's kind of ridiculous to me. I'll say that. And yes, sir. Can you not
I
hear
have
me?
to agree 100%. The fact that it was done like that, to have another so-called expert,
That's kind of how I saw it, Eddie.
bolster the point is what draws attention to it. It's suspicious. It's very conspicuous, and
Does
I
it
keep
make
thinking about
sense?
that video of Pavarotti's where he, at this point, these so-called experts are not experts.
Yes. It's making it look really bad. Like how can I say this, guys? Because this is how I saw it, and I'm not degrading anybody that believes in Dr. Turvey, because there's certain things that he has stated that I do somewhat agree with, but I don't like the way. Okay, if I was putting out a fire to a house, okay, I know this is kind of ridiculous to say this, but and I'm spraying it down and I put the fire out, and then another firefighter, I'm gonna tell the chief, hey, I put the fire out. Go ask Tommy over here. He can tell you. Well, you can see it though. No, I see it. Joe, it's out. Yeah, but I want you to ask Tommy, because he watched me put it out. He'll tell you that I put it out. You shouldn't have to do that. If you do your job, you should not need former or fellow support to base it, to give you, I know I'm all over the place right now, but to support what you're saying is all I'm saying. And it seemed to me like that's what happened there. It's very strange. It is
That is
very
like the
strange.
same model in which they pawn off and sell corruption to the masses.
I agree. I agree. It shouldn't have to be that way. Um, you don't see. There he comes. Tired of waiting on your ass.
And
I'm just
by the
kidding.
way, could you scroll up so we could read the whole post from Jules?
There you go. Welcome, Jesse.
So I would like to speak on my personal expertise, since that was sort of put in question the other day. But as you all know, I'm an accomplished drinker. I've put that on display on the show several times. And in my expert opinion, Turvey and Holland come across as drinkers.
Yes, I agree.
And Holland appears to be nothing more than the lower tier drinking buddy for Turvey, and I certainly agree with both of you that the appearance of Holland weakened the credibility of Turvey instead of bolstering it.
Thank you.
It did more harm than good.
That's exactly what I was trying to say in no uncertain terms, Jesse. I just didn't say it that way. It did. It took it because you had to have a peer come forward to support your stance on what you're doing. In my opinion, it weakens the credibility completely. Like I don't need Jesse to come in here to tell everybody that I'm doing a good job or a bad job. I'm here doing it. You either believe it or you don't. That's that. We don't need somebody else to do that. So I fully agree with what you're saying. Holland is an idiot as far as I'm concerned. I'm sorry. But as soon as I watched his interview, I laughed through most of it. And I said, this is stupid. This is ridiculous. And it makes no sense. And all you're doing is making it very, you need to find somebody to pull your lips off of Turvey's ass without being ignorant. That's exactly what it was. So
the thing is, clearly I got fooled by Turvey, or that remains to be seen, but I found him quite convincing. And
he was.
And Dago already steelmanned my point of view. Oh, my camera's turned off for some reason. But yeah, everything that Dago said about see if I can fix that camera. Anyways, well, we don't need the camera, maybe. But yeah, his motive. What is his motive? I can see right through Chris's motive. Holland's motive seemed to be just to be Turvey's buddy, but it doesn't make sense from a motive standpoint why Turvey would come out here and just blatantly lie about the case. That seems like really self-destructive behavior for no gain.
That's what I think that's what put us all aside with it, Jesse. I think that's what threw us all off with it, because as a seasoned professional, based on the of course most of us looked into him to see what existed of him and all that, what his background was and all this, and so we're okay. That's why every one of us said okay, and he did. He fooled me, and I'm not saying he's wrong as of yet until we can prove that. I don't think he ever responded to Jules for who asked that, by the way, and he's not going to, in my opinion. But again, there's definitely he did project himself with quite a bit of an ego. I'll say that much. He's very fond of himself. Again, I'll say that. And those people have a tendency to believe what they believe no matter what. Now, this could be that he believes what he says 1,000,000%, without a doubt. Okay. And that's okay. But the topic in hand today that we're talking about is the hair in the hand. This is a physical, like something the man claimed he physically saw, that he went into the evidence locker and he physically saw hair in the hand of Ethan. Well, hold on. Stop that. The way he said that doesn't make any sense. You can't do that, okay? But he saw the hair. He must have saw a photograph. That's all I'm guessing, because Ethan's body is not in the evidence locker with hair in his hand.
We're getting ahead of, and I appreciate all this. We're jumping ahead of where I want to be.
Well, and that's fine, but I was trying to explain my point.
Finish your point.
I was just trying to explain my point of view as to why this conversation is going to happen today. That's all, because that's how he made a lot of us feel. Okay. He had to have seen the photographs, obviously, is what I was saying. So that's where that comes from, folks. Chris Holland is nothing, so he's really not even worth my conversation as far as we go with that. But I just
Right.
wanted to explain what the issue I had with the whole situation with him, and that's when I did, to go back to what Jesse's saying, that's where the credibility for Turby started to bounce around in my head a little bit when that happened, is all I'm saying. So
Right. And we'll get to that point. I intend to cover that ground. So we'll be there in time. But that's not where we should start. But to address something Jesse said moments ago about it doesn't make sense, you know, those are the types of, I guess, discussion points that I'd like to set aside and avoid. We've been over and over those types of discussion points and spent so much wasted time on them because, I mean, I could retort with, well, why would Anne want to ruin her career and discredit her good name? So they even each other out. It's not really a point that is going to get us anywhere. It's been said, it's been noted. Now I want to get to like the meat and potatoes. So if it's all right, could you pull up, oh, before you do that, I just want to ask everybody, reading this post from Jules. Now I'm going to read just the first sentence. Now that the autopsy reports are out for the 1122 King Road victims, do you want to clarify your signature wounds statements regarding Maddie and Kaylee having 2 vertical parallel cuts on their left shoulders made by a double-edged weapon? So right there, what is the source of that? Like, if, in other words, if we could find out when we first learned that, when Turby first said that, I'd like to look at that again.
we can do that.
But it's
keep
maybe
discussing what you're doing. I have to grab.
if we can get there quickly, yeah, we can look at it. It'd be just nice to see, you know, and have that receipt, so to speak. But it's not critical. I'm sure Jules, it's not that I'm challenging Jules. I just like to see it for myself. We all know Jules is sharp, and she wouldn't have said that unless it's true. I just can't recall it. It's been a while.
Xana's blood in the kitchen. This is a big issue at hand for a lot of people. It seems to me like it's a mistake based on the prosecution expert making a mistake and then correcting it, and perhaps Turby running with that and overlooking it. I mean, obviously, I can't say that it's not important, but it feels to me like I can see how the mistake was made. I don't see the value in dwelling on it so much.
Well, I mean, he is the expert, right? I mean, that's one of the arguments people are citing. They're running with these 30 years of experience. I mean, we hear that time and again, why what he's saying is gospel.
His expert opinion, though, is that there were multiple perpetrators and that it took a certain amount of time, and that Brian Koberger couldn't have been the sole perpetrator. Is that not the layman's version of his expert opinion?
I'm thinking.
I mean, I guess obviously making a mistake is not good. It's not a good look. But mistakes have been made throughout this entire case on both sides. From where I stand,
Well,
and if the Xana's blood mistake isn't resulting in if it's the crux of a theory that who the perpetrator is, then yeah, that's a massive deal. But if the theory is still sound, I don't see why we need to harp on it.
Well, but like Pavarotti said, his theory is that, I mean, he's avoiding the fact that Kaylee was the one attacked on the second floor. He's substituting Xana with Kaylee. So it's the theory is just, now that it's a fact, now that it's a known fact that Kaylee was on the second floor near the beer pong table, he's trying to hide that. And he's just saying that it was Xana that was attacked there. And yes, there are multiple perpetrators, but he's not eliminating his opinion that Brian Kohlberger couldn't have been one of them. Are you saying that his position is Brian Kohlberger is innocent and it's two other perpetrators? Or does it sound more like he's trying to persuade everyone by saying it was Xana, and
I think somebody in the chat quoted him.
and that there was more than one perpetrator, but Brian Kohlberger could have been one of the perpetrators.
That's what he's doing, in my opinion, is they're sticking to the law enforcement's theory that this is how this happened, and they're calling out the investigation, but they're not eliminating Brian from this still. It's Brian and other people possibly, but not Brian.
Somebody in the chat pointed out that they were quoting him saying he's legally guilty but factually innocent.
Yeah,
and
that's what he said.
So that would indicate that he's not saying that it was Brian and somebody else.
Right. That is the statement I remember him making. Thank you, Jesse. I remember that. I can't remember where it is that we heard him say. Was it on the Custody Queens, Jesse, I think?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's where that came from. So if you want me to, where do you want me to go? You want me to pull that up? Okay.
Yeah, let's have ready part 2 of the Custody Queens interview with Turvey. I have the timestamp when you're ready for that.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I have a problem with someone with 30 years of experience having that type of oversight. That automatically, he has discredited himself. Now I have to question everything that is said.
I think we need to,
Fair enough?
regardless. Yeah.
No, I think that's fair. I think he's made enough mistakes that he's hurt his own credibility through the mistakes he's made.
Too many unnecessary mistakes being that type of an expert. I fully agree. Again,
he's not alone, though. I mean, can you guys name anybody who hasn't made any mistakes?
In this case,
it's not that. It's like we've done in the past on panel together. It's making note of it and then looking at all the other red flags and start tallying them up and see the pattern, and then to be able to identify that there's something here. It's just not a mistake at this point. There's something more.
I'm certainly open-minded to this line of thinking, Eddie. I'm looking forward to the presentation.
Thank you. And again, persuade me. I'm not here to cause a rift or to. I want to persuade you all, or and
it's an understanding
what I'm seeing, or maybe you all can. I feel like I'm on an island here. I'm the only one that can see it this way, and this is crazy to me. Am I the one who has gone crazy, or like, why can I see it and you can't? Type of thing. Which is it? So persuade me.
I think we all have moments like that because we all need that, in my opinion. So okay, so I have this pulled up. Let me move this out of the way. And okay.
So if this is part 2, then he's going to say something very important.
You want part 1 or part 2?
Part 2.
Okay, hold on. I thought it was in part 1. Give me 1 minute. Sorry.
I gotta say, Turvey does a really good job of playing the part of a whistleblower, just in his appearance, his disheveledness, his I don't give a fuck, I'm the smartest guy in the room attitude. He appears to be almost disgusted by money. It does, just his appearance and his demeanor sort of suggests he's not wowed by money. He does a really good, if he's the same kind of evildoer as Chris and Chris Holland and Chris Whitcomb, then he's just so much better at it, I gotta say.
I mean, you understand 2 things though, Jesse. The other two have worked for the government doing contracting work. So remember that too. So,
But Eddie's probably going to make the point, and I'll make it for him. Birds of the same feather flock together. And what's he
right.
doing teaming up with those two guys?
I was just going to say, can't you see the pattern? Then suddenly we have a bunch of these, with the 2-finger quotations going in the air here, these experts lately. So we're going to like selectively, sort them out. Like these ones are the sinister ones, and we have a good one over here. Like, wow.
It's kind of hard to do that, right?
Yeah, that's amazing that you're doing that. I'm interested to learn more.
So this is part. This is part 2. Where do we go from here?
Okay, he's going to say something very important at 7 minutes and 35 seconds, and it'll play for about a minute. See, I could explain to you all, like, when it comes to the evidence in a crime scene, how that should be handled. I don't know anything about it, but if I were to imagine
Would it have been customary?
Right.
If I were to imagine how it goes in a crime scene and try to explain it like that to you, it wouldn't carry as much weight if I said it. So I would rather like an expert says it so that it has impact. So you all, because he's going to explain it here, and I think you're all going to agree with him. Let's watch and find out.
You said 7:35, right?
Yeah, to about 8:35.
Okay.
Leave the bracelet where it is and then it be collected without even moving it to the desk. I mean, that seems to be more logical.
Somebody got excited and distracted. You would leave it there, take a photo in situ, then you put maybe a ruler down to give it a size, take a picture of that. Then you put an evidence placard down, give it a number, and log that in, take a picture of that. And then you take close, medium, and long-range shots of each item of evidence so that the purpose of doing crime scene investigation and documentation like this is so that you can take any piece of evidence that you found at the crime scene and put it right back in the crime scene where you found it. If you can't do that with every item of evidence that you've collected, then you have been negligent. Your job is to collect the evidence and document it in such a way that you can put it right back where you found it, to the inch. It's not that hard. It just takes time.
Were there other items of evidence found in?
You'll get out.
So I hope everyone heard that, and I hope everyone understood what he's saying. It's pretty easy to follow along.
Right.
Is there anyone who doesn't understand?
Basically, he's explaining the basis of crime scene technique as to how you do stuff like that, all of that.
Yeah. Does anyone disagree with what he's saying?
I definitely do not. It sounded pretty straightforward to me.
I don't know about the order of it, but yeah, that's pretty much what we know.
Yeah. To recap, I guess, if there's a piece of evidence, you want to document it in place, and then you should be able to, at a much later date, come back and you could put that piece of evidence right back in that crime scene based on all the documentation of that piece of evidence that you've done before moving it.
Agreed.
Does anyone disagree?
That I don't.
Right. I don't think anyone would. And does anyone think that Dr. Turvey, disagrees with what he just said, or do you think he believes that himself?
I mean,
I think he believes it.
Yeah, I
think
agree.
he believes it. Yeah. So now that that's established, and it's important to establish all that. So, and I have a timestamp on this too. I don't know if we need to look at it, but he said that the untested DNA evidence of the hair in Ethan's hand was not in anything in the autopsy, not in any of the reports.
Well,
he didn't see it anywhere in the documentation. And I have a timestamp. We can watch that. But remember, the last time I was on your panel, Dago, we pulled up a community post by Glitch DNA, and there was a method to my madness. if the state does not have the means or resources to identify a specific vehicle, then the vehicle has never been identified. If the state
Right.
doesn't have data to support their claims, it cannot, or I cannot put any weight on that allegation as being true.
Say that one again. And
If the
real
state
quick, let
doesn't
me.
have any data to support their claims, I cannot put any weight on that allegation as being true.
Yeah. Okay. I got you.
So, asking you, Jesse and Daigle, if there was no photographs, in this case, if photographs do not exist of hair in Ethan's hand, do you still believe that that this is a true story? If there's no documentation anywhere, if it turns out there will be no photographs of it.
Well, I know this is not the answer that you want, Eddie. You've already said this, but Mike, I probably shouldn't answer a question with a question, but it doesn't really matter what I believe, because I believe that him coming out and talking about evidence that never existed would be a federal crime that he could be prosecuted and jailed for a decade for. If he just made this up, if he just said, I went and I opened up the evidence and I saw hair in Ethan's hand and there was nothing, no reason, no basis for that, and it was just speculative and lying, he should go to jail for a long time for that. That sounds like obstruction of justice, tampering with evidence.
Suppression. Yeah.
I'm not a lawyer, but that sounds like a really serious fucking crime.
But
Some, I'm not going to name names, but we all know that there has been perjury in this case. Like, they're all going to go to prison for this
of course,
in the same way.
No, of course not. We all know that too.
They're on the winning team, right? I mean, there is no penalty, there is no price to be paid.
I will point out there's a bit of a difference, though, because a lot of the other actors that are committing perjury are doing so to cover their own asses, whereas Turvey's ass really doesn't need to be covered. So putting it, it's a different scenario for him to just absolutely be making this false claim.
Well, not to mention, Jesse, I don't mean to cut you off, but like, to answer partially my answer with it, to add to it though, it was in the documents. It was in the documents that it was mislabeled, okay, as debris is what we were told. Also, though, it was tested against Brian Koberger's hair. They tested it against Brian's to make sure it wasn't Brian's. That's in the documents as well. So if it's documented,
but it went to the FBI for that. Isn't the FBI the destination where all the evidence in the case goes to be mishandled and to be hidden?
That's a fair point. I don't see how that incriminates Turvey.
I agree with the first part of that. Yeah,
but I'm gonna back you up just as half a step, Dago, and where you said that it is documented that this debris. My point goes to that is what we're doing is we are the ones making the quantum leap of making the debris, that hair that is supposedly found in Ethan's hand. We are doing that. There is no documentation in the case. Ethan's hands were bagged. Right?
They were all bagged, from my understanding. Well, they told us they were, yeah.
So let me ask you this. Was at that point, when he was transported to Spokane, Washington, to the medical examiners, was there hair in his hand at that moment?
Okay, this is where I thought you were going, and that's, if people are not understanding, and I'm going to try to explain this, okay, real quick. Give me a minute. So what he's saying, you guys, is we were told by Dr. Turvey that he saw the hair, the photograph, I'm going to guess, of the hair in Ethan's hand. It was glued to Ethan's hand with the
Wait. I have to stop you there. There is no photograph.
Well, let me finish what I'm saying, though. I know what you're going to say, but let me go to this real quick, okay? There's a point with what I'm saying. We were told that he saw the photograph, okay? He said it exists. We have not seen the photograph, okay? He says he saw this within the evidence locker and within the file.
No. He says he saw nothing. No documentation in the case file regarding we can go to that timestamp, and it might be important that we do, but he saw nothing. There is no documentation in the case file according to what he observed.
Okay, now I am lost because I remember hearing at one point him state that he saw this from the evidence locker or something like that. So that's what I want to hear the second part of what you're saying then. That's why I'm confused then, because I swear I thought we heard him say, I don't remember exactly where we heard him say it, whether it was part one of this or
Part
whatever.
one.
Maybe that's why then he said that. Okay.
But yeah,
That
that's
he-
part one. If you want to pull that up, we should listen to that again. But I mean, Jesse,
Yeah, that's
you dodged
fine.
my question. My question to you is, if there are no photographs in the crime scene at 1122 of Ethan having hair of the perpetrators in his hand, again, there's no photographs of that. If that is true,
Well, and that's
do you still do you, Jesse, believe it?
Do I believe that there are photographs?
Would you believe the story then?
I have no problem if Turvey says he saw.
No. That's not my question.
Okay.
My question is, if there are no photographs of it in Ethan's hand, do you believe it?
Well, yes, because I don't believe that the evidence at the scene, I believe all the evidence at the scene was hidden, removed, destroyed. So why would I expect to see documented evidence of the perpetrator's hair in one of the victim's hands? I believe that all efforts were put towards removing all that evidence and hiding that evidence and covering it up. So if that evidence ever existed and we have somebody saying they saw it, I don't have any expectation that it's going to be in the court documents and it's going to be preserved for everybody to see. I have the expectation that it would have been buried.
Well, not even that. If the photograph's out there, Jesse, we're not going to see it if it's in a victim's hand. We're not seeing the victims. They won't allow that. So we could never see that unless it was leaked somehow. You know what I mean? That's the other problem.
That's a fair point. We're not allowed to even see a victim's hand.
I think what everybody's basis, Eddie, with this is why it's so hard for people to swallow it. Okay. And I know exactly the point you're making here. I get it fully. I absolutely get it. We saw the hair on the floor in the same coagulated blood. We saw the hair on the bed frame in the same coagulated blood in the same exact spot where it was stated that Ethan's hand dropped down between the wall and the bed to where the hair would have fallen out of his hand if it was in his hand. I'm just saying, to some extent. So I think the photographs we did see of that lead us to believe that did come from that situation. I know your point. We were told that. There's nothing proving that. We didn't see Ethan's hand fall and any hair come out of his hand to hit the floor. That I understand fully, because that's why it's not believable to some people in that aspect. But I think most of us are putting it together because of that reason, is what I'm saying.
I just have to clear something up. Blue-eyed butterfly. I'm not making up any hypothetical scenarios. I'm going by what Dr. Turvey said. The hypothetical scenario is that we can't take and reconstruct this and follow the what's it called? We cannot follow the chain of custody. We cannot put that hair back into that crime scene. We are the ones making up hypothetical scenarios using hearsay. Hearsay being what Dr. Turvey said.
Again, it's based on the fact that he's telling us what he says he saw is what Eddie's point is, that we never actually physically saw what he claimed to see. The photograph, which we never would because it's a victim.
But he would.
He could. Yeah, he should, because that's his job. But
we're going to listen to him saying that there is nothing in the case file. It was his dumb luck going into this evidence locker and seeing a bed frame. That's the source. Correct me if I'm wrong. That is the source. That's the first time the hair in the hand discussion comes up.
Well,
in this case, right?
I think the bed frame was a different situation. Wasn't the bed frame? And hold on, because I have to back up a little bit. The bed
Sure.
frame was left in the house, I think, and they were going to be tearing the house down. And somebody, from what I understood, Ann claimed, no, 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 we need that bed frame brought out of that house. Then it was brought into the thing. So I don't know what he saw other than what he told us he saw. So we can't prove that. That's the problem.
Didn't
Um,
Whitcomb claim to see the same thing? And I know we don't trust Whitcomb, but he
yes,
did.
it
He
was in
also
the
did
book.
say that he saw the
Yes,
himself, right?
yes.
Fox Reuter, what is
And I
it?
get it.
What's the source of this? Fox Reuter says the man said he saw a photograph. Just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Where's the photograph? I mean, what is this receipt of Dr. Turvey seeing this photograph?
Well, like I said, Eddie, I'm coming into this thing open-minded, and I'm willing to believe that Turvey's lying.
Sure.
But I haven't seen any concrete proof that he's lying yet either.
And why? And why?
What is his
goal?
Exactly.
With it, okay, here's my question to you, Eddie. And again,
his goal is to, I think, to discredit Ann. That is the common theme throughout these 2 hour plus long interviews. That is what he's trying to do, is discredit Ann.
well, hold on though. I know it. I get where you're at with that, but even before that, okay, he makes the statement about, like, there's so many other things he could do to try to discredit Ann, but to go back to what Jesse said. To go back to what Jesse said is absolute. Like, it's very important to think on. This is somebody that has 30 plus years, experience as an expert who relies on that expertise for his bread and butter. That's his livelihood. Who works with very high profile situations out of the country, so on and so forth. Like, this could destroy him as an expert, period. Like, completely shut him down.
No, couldn't, because he's on the winning team. And I kind of broke that down the last time I was on panel, is perception is reality. So he's on the team that has 100 million on his side. So who's going to discredit him? Jesse, are you going to stand on the mountaintop and yell at?
Well, I mean, if he gets caught lying about evidence that doesn't exist, that's a big risk. That's a really big risk. Most
Bill Thompson
attorneys wouldn't take that risk.
Okay, what if
and Judge Hippler has been caught doing the same?
What if Ann comes out and says, well, here's the thing. What if Ann comes out and says, because she's fed up with it, okay, and she's calling out your side of things where you're at, and she's like, you know what, this is bullshit, I'm done with this. She comes forward and says, this is not true. Here's the proof, and she shows the proof of it. And he knows that that's a possibility. He knows that she can do that. Anybody on that team can do that if she chooses to. And I know your thoughts is that she won't do that, so on and so forth. We've talked about it. But if it were to be, that would shut him down and destroy him completely, because it's a complete false narrative. It's a blatant lie in an investigation that could absolutely destroy him if it's proven.
I don't even think she would have to come forward with that. I think she could circulate that in back channels among professionals in the same profession that they share, that it could become known that Turvey's just a fucking lying snake. If she actually has the goods to prove that.
It'd be so easy for a plausible deniability type of argument here by him.
Department of Justice.
Saw at that time. That's what was available to me at the time, and that's what I thought.
I got one more question for Dago. Dago, you said that they tested the debris for Brian Kohberger to match Brian Kohberger. Is that correct?
They tested it against him. That's what.
And was that the language they used? Is they tested the debris?
They tested it against him to prove that it wasn't his. From my understanding,
the debris
that was found in his hand. Yes.
Well, what kind of debris do you test? I mean, if it's not hair.
That's why it came forth to be hair instead of debris, because debris is dirt, dust. You know what I mean?
You don't test that against Brian Kohberger.
No. So, and that's where they said that the claim was that it was a false statement that they had made in the document, that it was not debris, it was hair. And that's how they proved that it wasn't Brian.
Don't test debris, right? I mean,
no.
Debris doesn't get tested against a suspect.
Right. Listen, hold on. Let me freeze this for a minute, guys. Everybody has different feelings about these situations. Understand that, please. Okay? There's no reason to get upset about this. Everybody has issues with this. go in different directions. That's why we're talking about it. It's just a conversation. It's no big deal.
I'm still open to Eddie swaying me here. I just,
Of course, that's what I'm saying. I want to know why.
Yeah, I'm
agree.
definitely not here to defend Brent Turvey. I've seen the guys he hangs out with. I don't trust anybody in this case.
We need to know the truth, right?
Still hung up on this.
Find a way to prove that. That's important. Sorry, Jesse, I didn't mean to do that. And thank you for hitting the goal today.
Hung up on the point that the motive for me, when I'm going to start reading into who's the bad actor, I want to know what's motivating them to be the bad actor, and that's where I struggle with Turvey more so than Whitcomb and Holland and Cy Ray. I mean, Cy Ray's motive. The difference for me, the difference between Turvey and Cy Ray is Cy Ray seems like the kind of guy who is motivated by money. He's motivated by fame. They're both egomaniacs, I believe. They both think they're the smartest guy in the room. But Turvey comes across as a little bit more eccentric, a little bit more of a what's right is right kind of attitude, that at least that's what he's portraying here. Whereas Cy Ray kind of seems like a guy that's trying to climb the corporate ladder. And that's why when he flip-flops on this case, you could kind of see it coming, in my opinion.
I'm going to address a comment real quick, if that's okay.
He's trying to sell his plan. Yeah, go ahead.
La Fugitiva, 5150. I'm just going to read what you said on two different chats. The fuck you mean? How is there going to be a receipt of a photograph? The photograph is the receipt, and we're not going to see it if there is a body part in it. You're not listening. I never said that. You misheard what I said. What I said was, what is the receipt of Dr. Turvey seeing the photograph? You're all claiming that he saw a photograph. Where do you get that?
Is it your point that we're taking him at his word, Eddie?
That's what I think it is.
He never said that, is my point.
What he said? Wait, he never said what, Eddie? I must have missed the first part. I'm sorry.
That he saw a photograph.
That there's a photograph of hair in Ethan's hand.
He said that he saw within the evidence locker, if I'm correct, and it must be in part 1 then, is where I heard it. That he was within the evidence locker. Was it him or was it Turvey, Jesse, that said this? That's
Whitcomb, where I think Whitcomb said that he saw something in the evidence locker.
Maybe that's where I'm getting confused, because I heard one of these people say that they saw. Maybe it was Whitcomb then. So my apologies if I'm confusing anybody. But one of these two said that they saw within the evidence locker something where the hair in Ethan's hand.
We're going to go to that. Let's go to that right now. It's been so long since we watched that you're forgetting what was said.
Well, maybe
that's why I wanted to spend enough time to examine all this, because people just remember what they want to hear and disregard the rest.
And understand something, you guys. Nobody's trying to make anybody feel stupid. We're just trying to debate the situation to get a real true answer out of it. So please don't think that. That's partly what we do out here, so that it's understood. And we can prove it, right or wrong. That's all. There's no reason to get upset about it. I don't understand that. But
and again, I'm just going to recap real quickly. I'm building this thing. The first thing I want to establish is that there's a right way to handle crime scene evidence. And if my question being, if that was not done here, if there is no documentation of this hair, my question to you all, and I picked on Jesse, but he's just a metaphor for you all. My question for you all is, if that was not done here, if there is no way to backtrack and say you had the privilege of being able to look into this crime scene, this case file, and look at everything. If that is not there, do you still believe it? Is my question to you all. Put it on the record right there in the chat. If you still believe that, let everyone see it. Or stay silent.
Like I said, I came here ready to be ready to have my mind changed. And I understand where Eddie's coming from, because we've all sort of come to the agreement that Whitcomb in the book was a psyop, right? And Turvey is
To some extent, yeah.
Turvey is a part of that. So he's mixed up in this psyop with Whitcomb and Holland, and now Cy Ray as another bad actor. So I mean,
Claire,
it's,
how do we
for me,
know
it's not a
there?
stretch.
How do we know it's not there? Well, let's listen. Let's see if the defense's expert, Dr. Turvey, saw it. We'd know if it's there if he saw it in the case file. Am I right?
Do you know a timestamp here? Or do we just need to scrub through to find it?
Let's go to 27 minutes, 45 seconds.
All right, hold on.
This particular case.
Okay.
So that we can dial in, all right? In general, I am often called in appellate contexts for major cases, death penalty cases, or LWOP, life without parole cases, to do a review to determine whether or not, let's say, for example, if the attorney had hired an expert such as myself at the time of the trial, using those standard practices, using those protocols and procedures that are available at the time, using the science available at the time, would they have discovered the evidence that was missed? That's one of the reasons why I have a library that's worth about 30 grand, because I collect old forensic and investigative textbooks, because sometimes I'm asked to go back to 1970. Sometimes I'm focused on 1980. Sometimes it's 2005. What were the practice standards at the time? So this is a very normal involvement for me. We call it IAC, ineffective assistance of counsel. And if you can demonstrate that the attorney was ineffective in terms of hiring experts or using experts or investigating evidence, it's a big deal. Like, for example, I do a lot of casework in Kansas.
I want to stop here real quick and make a point. Okay. That right there, yes, was a dig on Ann Taylor. Period, point blank. There's no doubt. Ineffective assistance of counsel. That was his directive right there. No doubt, period. Okay. So there again, I agree with that portion for sure. And that does seem to be an issue here. Okay. And it has always been, guys, no matter what with him. Okay. So take that for what it is. For one thing, I'm going to claim and clarify that we see it, we hear it, we know it at that point going forward.
And they had I can't remember the stupid rule, the case, but it was a case involving a cell phone evaluation. And the defense attorney did not have the cell phone extracted and examined. It was sitting in police holding. And when the appellate attorney got involved, they found a bunch of stuff on it, apparently. And so they used that. They took that all the way to the Supreme Court of Kansas, who ruled that negligent failure to engage an expert to examine critical evidence is actually a reversible error, evidencing ineffective assistance of counsel. So your question is apropos, and it is absolutely relevant to the present case that we're in. Imagine, again, an expert who did not want to have that hair tested, right? How do you argue that?
I think we all shit our pants when we read that in Chris's book. Excuse my,
Wow.
That's literally what I think most of us did. We were all reading it together till late hours of the night, texting each other, going, "There's hair in his fist."
It's not just that there's hair in his hand, okay? Because this is really important to understand the context. I'm glad we're bringing this up. The hair in the hand was described in investigative and forensic reports as debris. There's no debris. Debris indicates like multiple different types of small, sort of maybe commercial material, maybe hair, maybe dust, maybe pieces of paint or carpet, things like that. Bunch of different stuff, debris, okay? This was just a clump of hair in Ethan's right hand. And the hand slipped down into the space between the mattress and the wall. And the blood went down his arm, and it glued the hair to his hand, and it glued this more hair to the actual bed frame. And I didn't know it was there because it wasn't in the reports and it wasn't being discussed until I actually went to Moscow and examined the evidence. I examined the bed frame myself and all the other evidence in the case.
Can you walk us through that when you went to the locker with, I think Payne escorted you, right?
They were all there. We had everybody was there. We had Payne and another guy, and we had the defense investigator taking pictures, and I took pictures, and this is not some secret. I billed for it. Somebody can want to go look at it. They can see it's in my report that I actually went there and documented everything before.
Stop it right there.
That sounded a little bit suspicious when he said, "Oh, they were all there." I would have liked a little bit more specificity there from him.
Notice how fast the discussion, it bounds over the important part. So first of all, let's look at what it would look like in the crime scene. Imagine if you were there. Okay, so there is Ethan. Now, so where is the hair? You are the first person there. What are you looking at? Where is the hair? Well, by what he's describing, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's in his hand. It's glued to his hand.
Right. That's what I was saying earlier.
Okay. So that would be all bagged. Am I right?
It should be after it was removed from his hand. Yeah.
Yeah. After that. Wait. Law enforcement or who would be altering the evidence, touching it and moving it, and where would it go? You're saying it should be removed from his hand before bagged?
Well, that's a good question. How would you, if something is okay? This is a good point. Honest to God, if
This
it was
is why I want to slow down, because we all go so fast in our discussions that we miss what I can see.
and I understand that. I do. If it was glued to his hand, they obviously bag everybody's hands as they remove the bodies to take them to autopsy. In autopsy is where I believe that they will remove different certain things like this. Then they bag them for evidence at that point during autopsy. I believe. Okay, don't quote me because I'm not 100% sure how Moscow does things, but from my experience as to what I know from crime scenes that I've been part of, I've seen things like that done. End of story. So
either one of you, finish my sentence. If it was removed from his hand before bagging the hands, then before removing it, there would have been something done first.
Based on his statement, Eddie, I'm not clear.
Photograph.
A photograph. Bingo.
They have to
Ding,
take
ding.
photographs first. Yes. Now let me read something to you two, Eddie and Jesse and everybody here, real quick. I'm going to read this from the book, okay, as compared to what we're talking to right now. That way we have the full spectrum of this. So it says here, Thompson does not address the fact that Ethan's naked body was covered with a blanket sometime after he was dead. He does not divulge evidence showing that despite a trail of blood from Maddie's room on the 3rd floor to Xana's on the 2nd, not a drop was found in the bed where Ethan supposedly died at the hands of a lone offender. There is no mention that a clump of hair was discovered in Ethan's closed fist, presumably pulled in a fight with the killer. There is no citation of laboratory evaluation because there was none. The hair, labeled debris, was never examined beyond color and length. There was no attempt to identify its source using DNA. That was where we learned about it in the Whitcomb book. Okay. So they both are speaking on this. Now, did Chris get it from Turvey or did they both get it separately? Who knows? I'm just saying.
So,
I just want that to be out there too with us so that we have the full spectrum of what we're discussing, is all I'm saying.
So, GB, your question to me, okay, so you want to physically see the hand with hair, Eddie? Well, yeah, that'd be nice. Wouldn't you?
Yeah, but I think most of us understand that we never could see that because of the way that it's in a victim. That's I think the point. I know what you're saying though.
My point is not me, the defense team. Let's just go with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand I can't see it, but it has to exist in photos is my point that I think many of you are missing. Wouldn't you agree with that? It has to exist. In order for it to be hair from the perpetrator, possibly in Ethan's hand, because that's what we all believe, right?
There should be a photograph, yes.
Thank you. Because otherwise,
Well, based on what we just heard him say, I'm still unclear whether that was his hypothesis. Like that, I'm not clear based on his statements when he talks about how the blood dried. I mean, obviously, he wasn't there watching it dry. He came by months after the fact. So
years after the fact.
So when he's making those statements, where do we draw the line between his hypothesis of what actually happened and what he actually saw? Because that is very unclear to me based on, now I'm only referring to what he just said, because what he just said, the lines are very blurred between what his hypothesis of how it went down and what he actually saw.
I'm confused at what you just said. It was word salad. Could you say it a different way?
Well, he described the hair in the hand and the blood drying and it gluing to, but he doesn't describe how he saw that. He's describing it as if that's his hypothesis, right? He's hypothesizing how this hair got there, but he's never really actually saying what he saw and how he saw it.
Well,
or am I wrong?
I thought he was the master of saying, I don't theorize. I go by facts. I'm not here to make friends or get a date.
Yes, he says that. I didn't like his body language in that last statement either, when asked who was there, and he just says everybody was there.
I want to play that back if I can, gentlemen.
And he eludes the question. It looks deceptive to me. It looks like the way Whitcomb talks about everything.
That's why I want to play that back to verify first and foremost what he says, and then body language again, of course.
Right? How do you argue that?
I think we all shit our pants when we read that in Chris's book. Excuse me,
Wow.
That's literally what I think most of us did. We were all reading it together till late hours of the night, texting each other, going, "There's hair in his fist."
It's not just that there's hair in his hand, okay? Because this is really important to understand the context. I'm glad we're bringing this up. The hair in the hand was described in investigative and forensic reports as debris. There's no debris. Debris indicates like multiple different types of small, sort of maybe commercial material, maybe hair, maybe dust, maybe pieces of paint or carpet, things like that. Bunch of different stuff, debris. Okay. This was just a clump of hair in Ethan's right hand, and the hand slipped down into the space between the mattress and the wall. And the blood went down his arm, and it glued the hair to his hand, and it glued this more hair to the actual bed frame. And I didn't know it was there because it wasn't in the reports and it wasn't being discussed until I actually went to Moscow and examined the evidence. I examined the bed frame myself and all the other evidence in the case.
Can you walk us through that when you went to the locker with, I think Payne escorted you, right?
They were all there. We had everybody was there. We had Payne and another guy. And we had the defense investigator taking pictures, and I took pictures, and this is not so. Again, this is not.
So he's claiming, from my understanding, Payne, Gilbertson are the two lead detectives. I'm guessing the defense investigator, who is Bitonti, I think it was Richard Bitonti. I think, if somebody correct me if that's not his name, but I'm pretty sure that was his name. Was taking pictures from the defense side of things. So there's that too, and we'll just take that for now as what he's saying based on what we're hearing. So
some secret I billed for it. Somebody can want to go look at it. They can see it's in my report that I actually went there and documented everything before I.
And just so we know that Kim from Typically Unique has FOIA to get this report. I don't know the deal on it yet, but I want to see that as well to see if it's in there. So moving forward,
I came to my conclusions. And one of the things I found was this huge amount of blood with a bunch of hair. And I'm like, what the hell is this? And they're like, oh yeah, that's the hair. So it was not
That's
evident in the
the-
documentation it wasn't evident in the documentation that I had, nor in the investigative reports, nor in the autopsy report. It was
Right there.
in such a way to obscure that fact, which in my view is problematic.
Right there. Pause. Does everyone need to hear that again?
He says he's claiming that he believes it was
It's not in any of the reports.
it was done that way to obscure the fact, is what I'm claiming, or what I hear him say. Welcome, Tomboy.
Well, he is also claiming that they took photographs, and that if it's him and Batanti, if that's who he was referring to, took photographs at the time. So
Yeah, in what year? 2025.
2 years
right?
later. Yeah. So, but
Of
presumably
not the house,
those.
of course, of the evidence locker.
Hold on, you guys. I have to check something real quick, not to interrupt, but I believe that we just fell under a tornado warning. So keep going. I just need to check something. I'm going to be quiet for a minute.
Of the bed frame, right? And I agree that's not hair in the hand. I still go back to if they tested the debris against Koberger,
They did.
that is an indication that the debris was actually hair, and really very, very dirty to be labeling anything that you feel that needs to be tested against a suspect. And
I'm not
labeling
saying
that
that
as debris.
that debris is not hair.
That debris is hair, and it says that the debris is hair.
You're
And I
missing my
found it.
point. My point being is that is not the perpetrator's hair. That is
How
probably hair
do
from the
we know
floor.
that though?
I don't
It
think
was
we have
tested
any
against
idea who hair
everybody
that is.
and Brian Koberger.
I don't know that, but
It
I'm
says
trying
in
to
there that it was
establish it.
tested. It was the FBI lab report.
Tell me if
It was in reports.
I don't care what the FBI says. Again, the FBI is the destination to where evidence, if it needs to be mischaracterized or hidden, or tossed away or guarded, that's where it goes. Correct me if I'm wrong in this case. But also correct me if I'm wrong if I say this. In order for it to be established at trial as hair in Ethan's hand, it has to be established as such first.
It can't be established as such if the investigating officers are labeling it as debris.
And there's
Travis
no photos.
Shirley lab report.
Say that again.
Travis Shirley
Right.
FBI lab report. It says that it is hair.
Do we know which report number it is? I'll pull it up if we have it.
I have.
We're taking the
exhibit.
conversation into a different direction, Tomboy. I don't care about that.
Well, that's the point, though, isn't it? To prove that it's real or not real.
My point to have this conversation is to say that if it's not established, then it's not true.
But it okay. That's my point, Eddie. The problem is if it's in a document, it is established, and that's what you said, right?
But you can't put it back in his hand.
Huh?
That I don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
If they,
I don't.
So you're saying it's not established that it was in Ethan's hand.
It's not in any of the reports or anywhere in the case file, right? According to Kirby.
because it's listed as
from
debris.
right hand of Ethan Chapin.
And there was tests on
And
that.
there was tests, and it was hair, and it was tested against Brian Koberger.
Yeah, well,
is
that
in
pretty
all
much
that
settles it
same
for me.
report.
Okay, I'll play along. And let me finish your thought. And therefore, you think it's hair from the perpetrator. And Ann didn't test it, and shame on Ann.
She tried to have it tested, and Hippler gave her a partial denial because
Right.
what he said is she had to have the FBI come in and back up what she was trying to get.
Right.
And
Yeah.
they already knew the FBI wasn't going to get on the stand and say that what it was, and they knew that.
They weren't going to clarify it for her. He knew that. That's why he gave the partial denial on it. She tried to get it tested. We found that out. So,
Well, my purpose here isn't to argue. We can all have different points of view. I don't want to get bent out of shape either. But I think we've covered that point, and we're really not going to get, too much further with it. So can I move the discussion to a different aspect of this here in Ethan's
Sure.
hand? So do you all believe that the perpetrator, plural, we all believe, first of all, we all believe that there's more than one perpetrator, I hope.
Of course.
Do we believe that they were wearing a mask?
That's a good question because we're told that by a known liar, so we don't know.
I have to, I don't want to get caught. So me and you and Jesse, we're going into the house to do this, right? We conspired, we're going to do this thing, right? So we all, I'm sure, had a conversation beforehand. We're all going to wear our masks. We don't want to be identified after all, because after all, if any one of us fall, that's if one falls, then that's the investigator's way to find the other two, right? That's basic. So I don't want you to forget. I don't want any of my co-conspirators to forget their mask. We're all going to wear one. Jesse, you got to wear yours too, because if you get caught and identified, then there goes my cover. You'll sell me out.
If you're strangers to the victims, maybe, but to me, my hypothesis has always been that these are people that are well known to the victims.
None of them were some or none wearing masks then?
I would lean towards no, because what's the point? I think they were known to the victims. I think the fact that all the victims and the surrounding witnesses, people in the peripheral of this case, are all lying and I've been saying this since the beginning, all these people are lying for one reason, and it's not for strangers. It's not for Brian Koberger. It's for some great drug dealer or power broker in Moscow.
Is it a mixture? Were none of them, in your theory, wearing masks? Were some? Was it hit and miss?
The only reason I have to believe there was any masks involved is the fantastical lie infested statements from people who are deliberately trying to mislead. So I don't see any evidence of masks.
When's the first time in Dylan's statement that we hear about masks?
Probably in the PCA.
No, in her statement.
What do you mean? Like the first time she stated it?
Yeah.
Stupid mute button outside when she was on Nunez body cam.
The Nunez first interaction with her and Nunez, I believe.
I'm gonna have to go with there's some credibility to that then. To be fair, none of us were there in the house when that happened. So
right.
That's all we have to go by. If we're gonna sit and have theories, which it's fair that everyone does, if we're gonna theorize that, Mowich got injured and therefore he has the intelligence and the wherewithal to know that, if Xana put up a fight and, these residents of 1122 could possibly have their own knife. And if she fought like a banshee until the end and injured Mowich with a knife, he would know that it's reasonable that his mind would think, well, I have to, there's going to be possibly DNA on that knife, and I have to take that knife out of the house with me. That's reasonable. That's not a dumb thing to think. But in the same hand, are we also going to, in that same crime scene, in the same room of that same crime scene, in that same person's brain, think, if he has the wherewithal to think that there is DNA possibly of his on the knife, and that's going to sell him out, blow his cover, then someone who has their actual hair pulled out of their head doesn't have in the same bedroom now, in that same moment, doesn't have the same ability to think, to get their body part out of that crime scene that's left behind.
If they realize that.
Yeah, I don't know how many fights you've been in, Eddie, but sometimes you get in fights, you might lose teeth, you might have fractured bones or something like that, deep cuts.
Yeah, he could have pulled their hair, and maybe felt that, but didn't realize some
Fair
came
enough.
out, you know.
Fair enough.
A lot
I'm
of
not gonna
times you
back and
feel
forth.
nothing until
I'm not going to back and forth
15
that
minutes later.
if that's what you want to be on the record for saying. But what about this? So, and the fact that you also know the extent of the ambush, the fact that Ethan never got out of that bed. Turvey says so himself. We know that the fatal wounds were delivered first. He never had the chance to stand up and fight. He was he has a minimal amount of injuries, and the reason is because it was over so quickly. And that's fine. Someone, I'm not saying that someone in that circumstance cannot get a lucky blow in, but that is not the default way to think about it. In other words, that is the exception. So I'm not going to I guess assume that there's hair in the hand, because that's a stretch. Could it be? Sure can be, but it seems unlikely. And then to top it off, you're also then assuming that there is no masks. The person
Well, the
that did
reason
that
I
to
say
Ethan
no mask,
was not wearing a mask. So your argument is that there was no mask worn, that Ethan grabbed the hair out of the head. The dude had the wherewithal to take all the evidence of his DNA possibly being left behind, but forgot the hair. And of course that the hair was able to be grabbed because there was no mask worn by that one particular assailant. That's what you're all trying to sell me?
No, I
I'm not trying
believe
to
there
sell
was
anything.
hair. I don't know whose it was, because they never tested it any further than Brian Koberger. But if Brian was wearing a mask, why would they even test him?
Let me ask this question real quick, okay? We saw hair on the floor. It's absolute human hair. It's blondish brown, whatever color you want to call that. It's on the floor and it's on the bed frame, and it's mixed with blood, but you can clearly see, and it's a decent amount. It's definitely not Ethan's color. It's not Xana's color. It it doesn't look to be Kaylee or Maddie's color or Bethany's, to be honest with you. It could match Dylan's, but I'm not saying it is hers. But it also matches somebody else's who we've spoke with color wise. Spoke about this possibly being involved, maybe. Okay, but again, it's there on the floor and on the bed. It came from somewhere. I'm sure that somebody didn't go in and plant hair and blood on the bed frame and on the floor. That's a bit dramatic. Even considering what we've seen, it's still too dramatic for me. So it came from somewhere. And I think the guess is elimination, process of elimination. If it doesn't belong to any of those people, it would have to belong to what I guess you would guess is one of the perpetrators. There was also hair found in the bed with Maddie and Kaylee that has no match to those two either way. It's a darker black with roots connected to it. So there is hair there as well. So I guess, with all the hard to believe situational stuff here in some aspects, if you want to say, I understand your point where we don't see a photograph of it. We don't know that it was there. We don't for sure know because we're told that. But I think most people believe it is there because we see it in photographs that we've actually physically saw. Then they explain how it happened in that point, and it does line up with that. The only thing is we don't see it to verify that because we're not going to, being that it was in the hand of a victim, which they should take a photograph when they come up in there to do the crime scene photographs of it in his hand, then bag it and then photograph it again when they get to the autopsy. All that other stuff happens like that. Okay.
No, and we can't say whether they did or not take a photo.
Right. We don't know.
It may have been included in autopsy photos, which we will never see.
Very plausible, yes, because of the way that happens. And I understand the question.
I understand that, but Dr. Turvey didn't see it, did he?
That we don't know. That's the problem. We don't know that. He can say he saw it or not saw it. It's up to who believes what you believe. That's the point. We don't know that for a fact. Some people believe in what he's saying. Some people don't. I fully get that, folks. It's no big deal. because of the way this case has happened, people have doubts about a lot of things. And this, I'm going to say this too. I told you guys I'm not trying to throw Ann under the bus. I don't think this is that serious that it does throw her under the bus either. Okay. He's angry. I will say this much, and I fully agree with this. He is angry with her because of what she put out, the statement she put out. And obviously, he seems to be angry with her because his expertise that what he's explained to us, I'll say this much. He's explained to us that he recommended that she test this hair. Okay. And when she didn't do what his expertise told her to do, he obviously became angry about that too. Maybe ego, whatever you want to call it. Of course you can, kiss me. When we're done with this point here. Once we get through this, I should say. So I understand his side to things. We all can agree he's got an ego because of his experience and what he does and all that. I get that, okay? And I do see the anger that he has for her. And yes, that he's throwing digs at her to try to throw her under the bus. I get it. But at the same time, that's not enough for me to, like, I think going back to what Jesse said, for this man to make a blatant statement that there was a photograph or whatever he saw at the evidence locker that proves that this was in Ethan's hand. I can't challenge that.
He didn't
until
say,
you
could you
show me
say that
it's
again?
not.
I misunderstood what you just said there.
Which part?
The evidence locker, something about an evidence locker and a photograph. You said it so quickly.
Whatever he saw, whether it's a photograph or whatever he claimed that he saw at the evidence locker that proved this to him.
He saw hair like on the bed frame.
He did, yeah, that there.
And he took photographs of that. He took photographs at that moment of that.
Along with the defense investigator, yeah. Is what he said. So he said he didn't even know, how did he say it? I didn't even know that it existed until I went to the evidence locker and saw the hair on the bed. I see what you're saying, that it doesn't say. It doesn't say that the hair was in the hand. I understand that part of it.
But it says the debris was in the hand and the debris was tested against Brian Koberger. And then that was what was actually tested was hair. So you can follow the crumbs to the point where that if the debris was in his hand and the debris was actually hair, and we know that because it was tested.
I get it.
I
get
it. At that point, it could be any hair from any source. It could have been under the bed for a long time because under the bed in the corner, as we all know, get to be, kind of untidy places, and they accumulate a lot of hair.
Fair enough, but we should have found that out, don't you think? Should have never been labeled.
Let's go there.
If it was just hair from laying around, why was it labeled as debris?
I think I agree with what Jenny just said. Is it the basis of what he's saying? I think is just logic that I see it on the bed frame. There's a photograph of it on the floor. I was told that that's what it was. That's why he believes what it is.
Would you guys agree that labeling it as debris is an attempt to hide it from the public?
Yes. Yes, I do believe that.
This is a different aspect of the conversation. So we are to believe that law enforcement was covering this up from before the 911 call. I mean, if you should believe that by now. If you're not there yet, then that's a whole other concern.
I think most people do.
The prosecution was up in that crime scene, hours shortly after it happened.
Right.
Bill Thompson and Ashley Jennings were. What business do they have in there, trampsing all through the place? But that's taking a left turn. So we know that a cleanup happened also in that crime scene. And we also know, but hopefully by this point, that law enforcement has taken extreme steps to hide all other, physical evidence of other perpetrators, right? I mean, we got the blood on the handrail, the blood on the glove, the latent
footprint
print on the sliding door marked L or labeled L.
The handprint. Sorry. Yeah.
So they're covering all that up, but yet you believe that they allowed this hair to remain. They got rid of all the other evidence of the real perpetrators, but they allowed this to remain.
Well, here's the reason why I think that it's plausible for that. Because one, if his hand did slide down between the bed, if he was rolled and his hand dropped down, one, they're not going to see that, and I'm sure they're not going to get up inside close and formal with the body like that to even think that. Because again, you might not think, yeah, somebody pulled my hair, but you don't think that somebody may have pulled some out. You just within the go around of what I'm trying to say. So I can see that being missed 100%. Okay. But again, I know why you're saying that because they did a cleanup, they were trying to remove obviously any aspect of anybody else being in that house. That's what the cleanup was all about, in my opinion. I agree. And that's why I felt very comfortable saying that it seemed as though law enforcement could have done the cleanup, because who's better to do a cleanup than people that know exactly what to look for. I fully get that. But like I said, that may have been something that is possibly overlooked. They left a damn sheath in the house. If they did, I'm just saying, don't even go with that one. But because if it was in his hand, they may not have realized it was in his hand. His hand disappeared beside the bed and the wall, dropped down to the floor. It may have been something completely misthought or overthought. I'm sorry, overlooked and completely not thought. Thought about. So
let me ask you all this question, because I've heard no one ask it yet, and it just amazes me. But so that'd be quite a risk, right? I mean, so they're gonna allow this physical evidence of the real perpetrator possibly to remain.
That could be why it was labeled debris, Eddie. When it was realized, I should say.
We might get away with a shenanigan here. We might get caught. After all, it's January 2025, and she hasn't found it yet. So looks like we're getting away with this. They're none the wiser. Oh, here comes Turvey, and he finds it. What if he didn't find it? What if Anne finds it at a later date, and there is a trial, and she brings it up at trial? So in your mindset, because they're not in control of that, that's a risk, right? That they're keeping this real hair from possibly a real perpetrator there for her to discover at any given point. And when she does, and she brings it up at trial, then in your mindset, do they concede and say, yeah, it'd be like we've all watched Scooby-Doo cartoon. It'd be like the finale of the Scooby-Doo cartoon, where are they going to say, yes, we did that, doggone it, and we would have got away with it too if it was not for that smarty pants
meddling. Yes,
those meddling kids. Betty, I want to use your words to explain
it. That discredit their case pretty much, wouldn't it?
I want to use your words to answer your question, because when you're asking, would they dare do this? Would they dare do that? I'm going to go back to what you said about Turvey. He's on the winning team. They know they're not going to lose. And I truly believe, and I believe for a long time now, that this, whatever they're covering up here, they're fully invested in it, and it goes all the way to the top. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, they bring in Hippler as their ringer. That's the way it looks to me, is they bring in Hippler as a ringer. His rulings are absolutely one-sided, and there's just no way they're going to lose. So right. They're not afraid of covering up anything. They're not afraid of mishandling or misspeaking. I mean, they've already been so busted from their original theory to what they actually had to admit after the plea deal about, there might have been multiple perpetrators, and there probably was multiple weapons. And no,
I agree.
The 100% weren't real, and they've been caught lying. So they're fully invested in this cover up. Yeah. And it, like I've said a long time, it isn't for frat boys. It isn't for dime bag dealers. It's whatever it is.
You don't have to diatribe. I get it. I'm on board 100%. And that goes to my argument is, therefore, they're not afraid of lying. And this thing is a lie. Somehow something is, it's not jiving. And again, in order for it to be a truth, that if it's going to be exhibited at trial is hair in Ethan's hand, it first has to be established as such. Right?
It is, yes, you are correct, but it is established as hair.
Well, not if it doesn't exist in photos. Not if Turvey cannot see it. He stumbled across it, according to his own say so. It's nowhere. He didn't see it anywhere in the case file. Until someone brings a different receipt on that.
Well, if it wasn't hair, why did they test it against Brian's?
I can't answer that. I don't know. It could have been any type of hair. Maybe it was hair, but
it was tested against Ethan, Xana, Maddie, Kaylee, and I believe Jack Showalter. And
doesn't
Jack
mean it was pulled. My point is, it doesn't mean it was pulled from the perpetrator's head.
But hold on, when they list it as debris, it's because it's foreign. It's foreign to Ethan.
Right.
So whether it be a fight, whether it was shed, pulled out, that's why they list it as foreign.
And it does say that they bagged his right hand here, and it's numbered. Where'd it go? I just saw it right there. Right hand bag from Ethan Chapin. There's the number there.
That doesn't
I know that. I'm just showing where it's at on the document there. And then
my point, Tomboy, is that it has to be. You have to be able to follow that piece of evidence. The chain of custody. You cannot pick up that piece of evidence and call it hair in Ethan's hand in the middle of the road. It has to begin, being documented as such from the start. And if that's not done in this case,
well,
then then it's not true. Prove me wrong.
There's a lot of documentation on the hair here that I have the full set of documents with it stating it. Again, the only thing we're lacking here is a photograph, and that's only because we're not supposed to see that.
No. That's one possibility, or the photograph was never taken because it doesn't exist.
Well, yeah, that could be a possibility. We just don't know that yet. It's obvious that here's my question though. Early on, and I know how everybody feels about Turvey's book, or I'm sorry, Whitcomb's book, but it does make certain points that are absolutely correct. In the very beginning, it says there was massive amounts of exculpatory evidence that were hidden within mislabeled files. This would be considered a mislabeled file, in my opinion. So, being that it was mislabeled as debris, which I feel was done purposely, because, like, going back to what your point was, Eddie, how did the perpetrator leave this behind when they cleaned everything else up? Well, when they realized, in my opinion, I'm just saying, hold on, guys. I see. Thank you, Ro. I'll get to it. I saw what Sarah said too. When they realized, oh shit, this is just an opinion I have. Oh shit, this was left behind. This wasn't cleaned up. Now what do we do? Well, let's label it as debris. They won't look at it. Maybe the defense won't see it right away. Whatever, something like that is what my thought is. Okay, but Sarah states. It states additional debris collected from item 3 has been preserved for possible future comparison. Good point. So it does exist there in that aspect.
Right.
Hopefully.
I don't think it was mislabeled. I don't think the debris was labeled to hide anything. That's just how they label it, because it was foreign to Ethan.
With all Turvey's experience, he seemed to think they were mislabeling it. He didn't agree with labeling it that way.
On purpose, yeah.
I mean,
that's how he put it out there.
Okay, it's very clear to see that if this went to trial, then because it's not documented by the book, by the letter of the law, like I'm trying to establish, then the state would have played this way. They would have played, that's not, what is the defense even talking about? There was no hair in Ethan's hand that is exculpatory. Where's the exhibit for that? Well, the exhibit doesn't exist. But now that there's no trial, now they want to play it the other direction and say that there is hair in Ethan's hand, and shame on us for playing dirty and mislabeling it. But the takeaway here is that Anne is the sinister one. She didn't want it looked into. I mean, they're playing from both ends of. They're playing this both ways. So
I think most
what has got my attention.
And did want it looked into, but here's the problem: because it was done by the FBI has basic immunity. They don't have to get on the stand and say anything. And Hippler knew that. That's why he gave her the partial denial of, okay, if you can get somebody on the stand and corroborate that it wasn't Ethan's hair, and why they only tested it against Brian Koberger, I'll let you put this into evidence.
But they didn't, because this document here shows that they tested it against everybody in the house. That's why they have all this on this document.
They knew that there was no FBI person that would have to get up on the stand. That's just how that works. And it sucks for Anne, but I think she was railroaded on every part of this case that she tried to get put into evidence. And they didn't want any of it.
She was. Without a doubt, she was. But it shows here real quick. I just want to point this out. Thank you, Kawanda. Very much appreciated. In my honest opinion, if an expert can't provide us with the physical, tangible receipts, then we respect their credentials and lived experiences, but we can't trust them blindly. And I fully agree with that. That's an anti-science academic. Yes. And I thank you so much for that, Kawanda. God bless. Very much appreciated.
Very intelligent comment, Kawanda.
Very good point, too. I fully agree with you. But again, it does show head hair sample from Ethan, debris from right hand of Ethan, head hair from Kaylee, head from Xana, debris from the left hand of Xana, which I will live to believe that it could be hair as well. Debris from the body bag of Xana, head hair sample from Maddie, necklace from Ethan, and bracelet from Ethan. There's more, but like I'm saying, they've tested it against everybody in the house, from my understanding, as well as Brian Koberger. I know that the basis of the point is, though, how do we know who it or where? We don't. That's a fact. We don't know who or where it came from.
Right, because they never tested it any further than, oh, it's not Brian Koberger, so let's just put this aside and forget about it, or hide it here or hide it there. They were never going to test it against the entire world for DNA, basically.
Right. And this document here gives the results of the examination of all of it. Okay. So it is all documented here. The only thing we don't have, like I said, is a photograph showing it coming out of Ethan's hand. And again, it's very hard to go past that point. I understand it for a lot of people, okay? I fully get it. I fully get that. And I know what the biggest point here is. I don't think it matters at this point anymore, because a lot of people have moved past that, including her probably. She doesn't care that they're trying to make her look bad at that point. It doesn't matter. She knows what she's doing. I don't think it's that serious, okay? Because she doesn't care. And I don't think we should either. I think Anne did the best job she could possibly do, handed what she was, given what she did. And that's just my opinion. There are people
Anne did care.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm talking about this right here, about the whole argument with the hair. I don't think she cares at this point what people think of her, is what I'm saying.
Oh.
That's what I mean about not caring. She doesn't care as far as I can see it, and I don't blame her. I wouldn't either. The second part of your comment, what did I miss? I only saw the one. I'm sorry. Hold on a minute, Kawanda. I'm sorry. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, because
a key part of being a true expert in any academic or professional setting is defending your hypotheses, facts, and opinion against challenges from your expert peers. Right. Yeah, no, agreed. Thank you, Kawanda. I'm sorry about that, and I didn't see that part of it, but thank you very much. Very much, and very much good point, as always. Go ahead, Tom.
Because I think when the general public hears the word debris, they think trash.
That's what it is. It's
so
just
it's
dirt.
Back to their right. But if you don't know the context of the word debris in this aspect of forensic and all that stuff, you're still going to think trash. But if you look into it, it's why they labeled it as debris, because
I'll tell you what, Tomboy. If it belonged to Brian Koberger, do you think they'd call it debris?
No,
it's
probably not.
Whether it's not who labeled it as debris. That's how the scientists who are doing the autopsy and all that, that's how they have to label it.
That's just the standard debris.
Yeah, it's just a standard
And
word
and
that
is
they
that-
have to
is
use
that
because
like-
it was foreign to Ethan.
Is that just in Idaho? Because it did
No, it's
seem
all
like
over. It's in the
Turvey
scientific
didn't seem-
community.
he didn't seem aware of that. He objected to them labeling
I'll be right
it as
back.
debris.
Well, but he's just crime scene. He doesn't.
He's not familiar with the science. Yeah. Okay.
or the investigative part of it. I don't know how to explain it.
No, I think you explained it well. I think I understand it.
What are
I'm
you
a
trying to
little bit
explain,
shocked.
Tomboy?
What?
What are you trying to explain?
That
Why Turvey took exception to them labeling it as debris?
okay. If it was Brian, let's say it was Brian's hair and Bill Thompson's office is filing out the paperwork, yeah, they would have labeled it as hair. But when you're looking at it under a microscope and you're the scientist who's looking at all this forensic stuff, they label it as debris because it's foreign. It didn't come from Ethan. So
That seems
wasn't them who were labeling. It wasn't the state who labeled it as debris. It was the lab who labeled it as debris.
so. When I was watching the Karen Reed case, they had hair found all over the place in that case, and they continued to refer to it in the trial as an apparent hair rather than debris. It was, and in all the documentation, it was written down as apparent hair. Appears to be hair to the naked eye, and you can't call it hair until it's been tested and proven to be hair. So you refer to it as apparent hair. So that seems like a more scientific way of wording it to me than calling it debris.
No, I'm not wrong.
I don't know if you guys watched the Karen Reed trial.
Yeah, I did.
Do you remember that part when they were going on about the apparent hair?
Okay. But again, was that okay? Can we go on?
I just find it not very scientifically accurate to refer to hair as debris. I mean, I get where I'm not arguing with you. I understand the point that that's how it's supposed to be written, but doesn't mean I have to like it, right? That's all I'm saying is I just don't like it.
Well, I think also the Karen Reed hair was just tested by state. It wasn't sent to the FBI. This is the FBI lab. So
Okay.
they're going to label it whatever they want to label it. And I guess they labeled it as debris.
All right. I get it. I understand. I'm unhappy with it.
Oh, no, I'm not saying you're wrong. I agree with you. It should have been listed as what it was. But I think that's their way of saying, okay, well, we haven't tested it, so we don't know what it is. So let's just label it as debris.
Okay, how does it get to this lab is my question. So, okay, according to Turvey, we all just watched him say that he went to this evidence locker and there was Payne and other detectives. We were all there. And then he told the story about Ethan and how his hand was there in the area between the bed frame and the wall. And the hair was glued to his hand, which suddenly that's what he's saying out of the blue during this interview, talking about himself in some date in 2025 in an evidence locker, speaking like there's glued hair in Ethan's hand at the moment after the crime, which is bizarre. And then my question is, how does it get from there to the lab? What is the process? Where did it go? Did it what is it bagged in his hand and then go to the medical examiner first? And then why is it still on the bed frame? It's the bed frame hair that he's speaking of in this interview, after all. So,
Wasn't all this tested well before Turvey was aware of it? Like all these.
well, it would have to have been. But what did they
Well-
test if it's still there in the evidence locker? Glued to the bed frame.
I guess they would have grabbed a few strands of hair and put it in packaged it up and sent it off to the FBI.
But that's what you're supposing, right? I mean, we're not supposed to suppose, to be fair, according to chat. We're supposing that is the process. Just they grabbed a couple.
Yeah, the chat's getting really antsy about
Well,
a change of topics, and I don't blame them. It doesn't look like we're going to get anywhere with this topic here.
well,
Right.
I would like to know what people think, though, about just how does it get to the lab?
I don't think MPD, ISP, FBI, or anything ever tested or even looked at the hair that was on the bed frame, and that's what Turvey was pointing out. Nobody noticed it, so to speak.
That's probably a good point.
Because the hair that was on the bed frame is different than the one that was in Ethan's hand.
Fire out.
I'm going to have to get going to watch the World Cup. The World Cup kicks off soon, and yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Well, I do agree. I don't think we're going to get probably any further in this conversation as far as resolving it in any other way than what it has been. I think most everybody just, how can I say it? I think a lot of us believe that it is what it is because of that. Because again, I think going back to what Jesse said first and foremost, it would be very dangerous for him to come out. And I understand why you're questioning it, Eddie. I fully do. I don't think it's enough to damage Ann Taylor by any means. I don't think it ever was. Thank you, KS, very much. CSIs might label hair found in victim's hand as debris instead of hair initially to maintain strict scientific objectivity. This classification protects the integrity of the investigation. That's a very good point, and thank you for that very much. Appreciate it. But like I said, I don't think it is. Hey, Redactyl, good to see you. I see you. I don't think that it was ever going to be a big issue. Okay, now down the road, if it comes down to something like that, then of course, then we know that was the issue. Okay, but at this point here, I don't think anybody's like really trying to challenge the statement per se. Do you know what the hair? That's another question I was getting ready to ask. Do you guys remember what the hair was labeled as in Maddie's bed? Do you remember that, Tomboy, by chance, in the document?
No.
I don't either. I think debris is usually considered debris. Hair is hair, typically, but this time it wasn't, which is where the problem lies in some aspect with this. So yeah, I don't know that it's going to get to be, and that's why I think it's such an issue, because they did hide so much from us. They did do so many of these things, and that's why I know and understand why Eddie questions it. Because again, Dr. Turvey was irritated with Ann, in turn was trying to call her out because of that, but she doesn't care, from my understanding, and I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters at that point. Now, if we have, I think it is important because it does belong to a possible perpetrator. We need to know who. And I think that's why it wasn't tested beyond anybody within the house or Brian, because they knew that it was going to come back to somebody that we didn't want it to be. They didn't want it to be. I'm sorry. It's a problem. Hey, Rach, good to see you, hun. It's a problem based on the location on a body versus the floor or bed. Yeah, that is yes, agreed. I see ya. I see ya, Redactyl. Okay, I hope you can hear me. And yeah. Go ahead, Eddie. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's, I appreciate the opportunity to have the conversation. It's like one of these conversations where it's
Of
like
course.
there's a gray area here. It's like a lot of people are running with the narrative of and misrepresented her client by having him do this plea deal. In other words, that the plea deal was of her initiative, like she had control in that, and was
No,
the
that
one
was
that
we know that was brought on by the prosecution. We proved that already.
yeah, of course. So it's kind of like one of those conversations where
Well, how about what Ray said, Eddie?
There's a distinction there, and it's critical that you see it, right? Otherwise, your takeaway is going to be kind of skewed.
Agreed.
And I'll just finish with this. So, like I do agree with some of the things Dr. Turvey says. He says that he doesn't believe anything without fact or evidence. He is there to be an objective voice for the physical evidence, not to make friends or get a date. If I don't do that, I have no real value. So, like Jules says, why is he putting out this misinformation? Because if he's putting out misinformation one time and you can identify that, then he has discredited himself all the way around, and everything he's saying has to be questioned then.
Well, it depends on if it's a mistake or if it was done nefariously. That's a good point.
I'm interested if Eddie has any thoughts on the apparent communications from Cy Ray's personal website, or not personal, but his website for his profession, where he said that we forced a plea deal. I think he basically insinuates that they knew Brian was guilty, so they forced a plea deal to avoid the embarrassment of the prosecution, something along those lines. I'm sure you're familiar. You follow the case enough to have heard that. First of all, do you believe it's true, and do you have any thoughts, Eddie?
We are all on board with him, and then it's really striking us all as this is shocking that he has turned the way he has. So that's suspicious. They have gotten to him, and again, he's on the winning team. So there is no hope left on Team Ann Taylor, right, so to speak.
I don't believe that, but I don't even know that it's that they got to him, Eddie. I think he's more worried about selling his program. Tomboy just referenced a statement out of the book that I have in my hand. The consequences of this fragility became unmistakable when the state of Idaho extended a plea offer. The plea was not requested by the defense. It was initiated by the prosecution, and it was not offered as an act of generosity. It functioned as risk containment, a safety mechanism designed to reduce the probability that the case would be tested where its structure was weakest. And he does go in back in the 200s. He goes off on Hitler in his whole book. Okay. So at some points he is making good points, good statements, and really pointing things out. But at the same time, I think he's more worried about selling his program. And you can't sell a program based on law enforcement to law enforcement if you're making enemies of them. So go ahead, Jess.
So that segment you just read is almost a carbon copy of that message thread that was floating out, right?
Absolutely.
You could almost say that it doesn't really confirm it, but let's say it adds credibility to that message thread. And that message thread was horribly, it doesn't shine a good light on Ann Taylor if it's factual, in my opinion.
I can agree.
And like I said, that passage from the book is almost word for word what was said in that message thread.
Right. And there's much more.
Well, I think I'm going to leave you guys for tonight. World Cup kicks off in about a half an hour, and I'm really excited about it. I've been making lots of money in the World Cup and
Who plays?
enjoying every minute of it. Well, we got Brazil and Norway, and then we got Mexico. And well, you ask me these questions, Eddie. I get so excited. I can't wait to tell you. Mexico is hosting England, and of course, England has all this history, but Mexico has their stadium at 2,200 meters, and I guess that's 7,700 feet for you Americans, above sea level. And they have only lost twice in their last 89 matches in this stadium. The fans were actually lighting fires and had fireworks outside the England hotel last night, keeping this players up all night. I mean, this is beyond excitement, guys. This is must-see TV. If you're going to watch one soccer game this year, watch Mexico-England tonight.
Do you follow baseball much?
I follow every sport, Eddie. Even the
Even
the WNBA. It pains me to do so, but I do follow it.
What is going on with New York Yankees lately? Detroit just swept them. Minnesota just spanked
I guess
them.
Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton are both out of the lineup, and those are some big bats. You know, everything goes in cycles. Every team gets hot and cold, and I don't think there's anything to worry about, because when Aaron Judge gets back, somebody's asking for picks. I like Mexico as an underdog against England tonight.
I don't know how you guys can follow it.
Oh, the World Cup is fantastic. It's just fantastic drama. It's terrible in a way because it's so corrupt and the players are all diving, and it's so exciting, and so I love international sports. I just love it.
Hopefully it turns out good for you, sir.
Jesse, thanks for the conversation as always.
Yeah, I think once again, Eddie, I think we did a good job of disagreeing. And well, like I said, I am still open to the whole Turvey's a bad actor thing. I'm just the best way to get me on board with that, Eddie, is to hypothesize about what his motivation is. And then you can,
I think he said it in part 2, towards the end, he says it himself. Something about Anne being at the helm. If Anne is at the helm, then that is no good for the state. I think she is a real winner. And correct me if I'm wrong, but last thoughts on this whole conversation is, in a general sense, if people believe that there is hair in Ethan's hand from the perpetrator's head, according to Turvey, then you also believe that Anne is in on it and unethical. Is that fair?
No.
I gotta refer to Cy Ray's comments. Cy Ray basically says that Anne believes that Brian's guilty, doesn't he? Or isn't that that's how I read it anyways.
I don't think that has anything to do with Anne. Hey, Lori, good to see you.
I'm talking about that leaked communication from his website. That, like, he uses the words "we"?
Right. Thank you. Real quick. Thank you, Debs in Space, for that. As again, sorry to backtrack. He'd need the hair debris name, doesn't matter, in my opinion. Testing to do a habeas corpus appeal. Not sure if Anne, Cy, or Turvey matters. And that's a good point. That's a very good point. But I don't think it means that here's the thing. I don't think that makes Anne look bad. Okay? Because, again, she did ask for it to be tested based on the documentation we've read, and she was partially denied on it. So at that point, it has no bearing on that. As everything else that had happened to Ann Taylor, she ran into another brick wall. Once again, okay? Hitler is the one that needs to be looked at as the villain here, because it's always him. Everything goes back to him at the end of this. So that's how I see it.
So am I wrong to suggest that Cy Ray insinuated that Anne believes Brian is guilty? Is that an incorrect assumption on my part?
Could you ask that one more time? I'm sorry, I was reading chat.
Cy Ray insinuated that Ann Taylor believes that Brian is guilty.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
That's not in that leaked communication from his website that lines up perfectly with the quote that Dago read from his book?
I think it is. I think what Eddie's saying is that he doesn't think that Ann believes that.
Somebody in the
Right,
chat
Dave.
says that when Cy Ray says we, he means the FBI and not Ann Taylor, and that's certainly that's certainly possible. Like I said, when Cy Ray says we, I'm interpreting because he's part of the defense team. He's talking about the defense team because really the FBI should not be involved in forcing a plea deal or what have you. And if he's referring to we as in him and the FBI forcing a plea, that isn't that like admission of a crime? Like,
Well, he's no longer on Ann's team, right? Am I right?
but I mean, if they were forcing a plea, I mean, it's up to the defense team and the prosecution to agree to a plea.
Right.
It's not up to third parties to force a plea. You know what I mean? Like that.
Yeah.
That sounds like a violation of Brian's rights and a crime to me. But again, I'm not a lawyer. I bet on sports for a living. So, and with that, I'm going to leave you guys to think about all that. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the respectful conversation, Eddie, and thank you for the insight, Tomboy. We'll see you all on the next one.
Bye, Jesse.
See you next time, sir. All right.
I think I understand Jesse's question. If I understand it right, yeah, he's trying to make it sound like, by saying we, he's trying to, include Ann Taylor in that. Yeah. Which is
It's
ridiculous.
all back to that word salad bullshit.
Of course, with the bullshit dressing. Always. They do it all the time. Very good at it, too. But anyway, that was an interesting conversation for sure. And I appreciate it. And I understand why it's important for people to clarify it. And as we should with most everything. But I don't think that we're going to get past the point that we're at with it.
No, I don't think so either after that. But we gave it a good college try. You know what? Like I led in with is I kind of always felt this was taboo, and the way it just gets everybody on their guard is amazing to me. I don't understand why it does that. So that's why it's taken so long to kind of
people have strong beliefs, right? No, and I get it. People have strong beliefs. I just like for instance with me, I definitely feel that Brian had absolutely nothing to do with this at this point. Nowhere. Right. But there are people that think it was Brian and other people now. I don't feel that way. And it doesn't bother me to the point where I'm going to get severely upset over it because in my heart, I know what I believe, but I respect what others believe. So I get it. You know what I mean? I get it.
Dago, can I go up and address something up here?
Go up where? You're already up here. You're going to go higher?
Where are you going?
I meant up in chat.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody is still on Brian's defense team, first of all, because they have not filed paperwork to recuse themselves.
Yeah, they're all still there.
In Idaho, they have to request it from the court to be released, and nobody has filed paperwork on that yet. So everybody is still, and they are still under NDAs, which means they're still part of the team.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, they're all still there. Nobody has recused themselves yet. There's no documents been filed for it at all. And then when is that going to happen? We don't know. That's why I still think that there may be still something coming. Thank you, Enaid. Sorry.
Dago, read that backwards.
Do what?
Read that backwards.
Read what back? Oh, you're whispering like nobody can hear you. Hold on a minute.
Toy.
Eddie.
What?
Well, heck,
Let
I
me
don't
see
want to be
here.
too loud because then somebody will holler at me that my TV's too loud or my fish tank is too loud or something's too damn loud.
Dane L.A.
Tomboy, I was trying to guess what you wanted us to read backwards. I thought you
This name.
It's Laura Diane.
Laura Diane. Very cool. I love when you guys do that. Make us think.
I was looking at that going, wait, I need to stand upside down.
Yes, we got somebody else that did the same thing. Jesse's quick. He's like, Laura Diane. So that's what I'm going to start calling you. Thank
I got
you.
that a while ago.
Thank you. Very cool. Very cool.
We'll just call her LD.
Yeah. Yes. Does anybody okay. And again, thank you guys for your patience that we're confused and maybe frustrated. I appreciate it and understood that it was not purposely. It wasn't to do that. Yes, that was the other one, Janis Joplin. It wasn't to do that. It's just to try to understand it more and see it how people see it, different ways. So, but thank you for yes. Jeebs is in the house. That's what I like to call Jeebini is Jeebs. Sammy, good to see you. But we're closing it out because I don't think we're going to get any further until, if anything anything else comes out about it, then we'll go back to it at that point if we need to. So again, appreciate the community for understanding that in that aspect. Moving forward a little bit, does anybody in here? I know Tomboy, her answer is going to be, but Eddie, have you ever followed professional wrestling?
Like, are you talking about real wrestling? Like,
No, I mean
Brock
like
Lesnar, or well, I guess he did both.
Well, yeah,
but-
that would be considered that type. It's not real to me, but you know what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, like WWE, like real. It's real,
Yeah.
but it's like choreographed real.
Yeah.
Well,
Very scripted.
Death certainly was real.
You don't want to go say into their face that it's not real, because
I know.
they'll make you feel the pain, and they've done that to reporters too.
Their knees
clips of that,
point out that it's real too.
No, their bodies go through punishment, but yeah, they know how to do it, and it's
Right.
done to
Yeah.
safe degree. Yeah, I get it.
Tandy had her brother and her nephew were both in the lower levels of WWE.
Dago, to answer your question, I don't follow it anymore. I used to follow it when it was, The Undertaker and
Junkyard Dog and Hulk Hogan and back in
that.
those days. Yeah. That's when it was good. It's gotten way more commercialized nowadays. It's wild. But
yeah, I don't know any of the characters anymore.
right. Well, the only reason why I asked is the one that I brought it up for is because you should know him specifically, because Hulk Hogan has passed away not too long ago. We all know. And it was brought to my attention that there was a investigation into his death now being brought up, which is something I was going to bring up today. Hulk, Terry Hogan is his real name. The oh yeah, brother, that guy.
Yeah.
But he passed away not too long ago, and he's been through a life of hell. He's had drug issues with steroids and pain medications because, again, like I said, the knees, the elbows, the back, the neck, all of it. You get beat up, folks, whether it's real or not real. Your body is taking it real. You're getting beat up like shit. So now there's been, I guess, Tomboy said there was always an investigation. I never saw it in the news, but Law and Crime's covering it now that there is a body cam. I was going to show you guys because it is in the realm of true crime now. Like I said, it was just a wide open true crime around the world situation to catch up on some stuff that we maybe haven't seen because we've been so engulfed in the Idaho 4 case, which, again, we did get back into it, but it was a good point, but we can move on. This is kind of interesting to me, especially when it's being covered by something like Law and Crime. Terry Bollea. Well, he went by both names I saw. What's up, Clyde? Terry Hogan as well as Terry Bollea. His real name is Terry Bollea, but he also went by Terry Hogan. So, and of course Hulk. But yeah, I wanted to show this to you guys because I thought this was quite interesting. And as you guys know, I get interested sometimes in covering crime on celebrities, as I did with Brittany Murphy, the Aaron Carter thing, Kurt Cobain, because they're people too, folks, and their stories need to be put out there. So, so I'm going to check this out. I want you guys to check this out with me real quick, and I want your opinions on this. And take a breather, take a break from the Idaho disaster as we look into this. Here we go. Let me know if you hear it okay. And since you are a fan, Tomboy, for sure, I know you watch it. I hear it on your TV sometimes. So I want your opinions on this too.
From the death investigation of Hulk Hogan.
So I'm like, is that Hulk Hogan?
What really happened in the hours before the wrestling legend died?
Said he was doing CPR for 8 minutes. Okay. he was not doing CPR.
What makes you say that?
Because when I started CPR, I'm the one that broke his ribs.
Now, new claims, new questions, and a body cam trail that offers a closer look at what unfolded.
In all my 20 years, I never seen nobody die.
We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. Inside the investigation with hours of newly obtained police body cam footage. So to catch you up to speed, let's go back to July 24th, 2025. Hulk Hogan, his real name was Terry Bollea. He stopped breathing inside his home in Clearwater, Florida. His wife, Sky Daly Hogan, along with an occupational therapist and a home health aide, reportedly performed CPR until first responders arrived. And despite their efforts, Hulk Hogan, the wrestling legend, died. In the days that followed, speculation spread. Did complications from recent neck surgery play a role? How could someone who appeared to be recovering and in good spirits suddenly stop breathing? Now we're breaking down what investigators documented, what first responders witnessed, and what the newly released records reveal about Hulk Hogan's final moments. So let's begin at the beginning, when Hulk Hogan stopped breathing. Investigators caught up with the home aide who was caring for Hogan when he reportedly went into cardiac arrest. Here is her account and timeline of what happened.
I had him 7 to 7, like 7 in the morning to 7 at night that day. I got here around probably like 6:50-ish. I can't remember the girl who I replaced, but he was already up in the bathroom upstairs, sitting in the chair, getting ready to brush his teeth. Okay.
I also want to make a statement real quick. Based on what that guy was stating, the EMS worker, it may not be alive, okay? Because I've arrived on scene where people have said that they're doing CPR. I've actually actively seen them doing CPR when I've taken over. You're not doing it right until the ribs break. That's the fact. That is a factual statement. I'm sorry that sounds horrible, but that is a fact. Because you have to get a full compression. To do that, the ribs have to crack. Period. So that is a good point. This person may have been doing it, and doing it, people are afraid to hurt others when they do CPR the right way because of the cracking and breaking of the ribs. And when you hear it, you back off. Okay? Most people do. But to get a full compression in, it has to go all the way down, and the ribs have to break, folks. Period is period. That's it. So it's not necessarily that the person was being nefarious. It just could be that they were not strong enough, because he is a big dude, okay? He had a very broad chest and all that. They were either not strong enough or they were afraid to push that hard. It could be one of the two things. I just want to clarify that before we go further with that.
I think he died was it a Wednesday? If it was a Wednesday, I had him that Monday, I think, and he was not. Okay. Like he was, moving slow, but like wasn't nothing like I walked into Wednesday. They said he was in diapers when I got there Wednesday. So I guess, I don't know what took place overnight or Monday to Wednesday, but by the time I got there Wednesday, he was in diapers now. Okay. So he brushed his teeth, he went downstairs. He didn't normally eat breakfast, so he had a yogurt. I want to say the wife gave him his medicine, his morning medicine, and we set him in the recliner. Okay. Probably, I want to say 9:45, occupation got there. Occupational therapy got there. They had to order new toilets because I guess his strength wasn't what it normally was. Okay. So with us having to order new toilets, I showed occupational therapy, came in, he was breathing. He was breathing when occupational came in. I literally said from probably here to her car is where the distance was from the living room to his office where the bathroom downstairs they used. I walked occupational therapy into the bathroom to see the new toilet. When he came out, he was like, Terry, I'll be over in a minute to get your vitals. He went over and he was like, I can't get a pulse. And
Terry responded when he said that?
No, but he was sleeping. He was sleeping. As soon as I put him in the chair, he went to sleep. Okay. So he said, I can't get a pulse on his finger. I also worked at Largo Med, so I was like, sometimes if they cold, you gotta rub it. And so he started rubbing the hand. And he was like, I still can't get a pulse. So that's when me and Sky walked over, and Sky was like, he's not breathing. Okay. We called 911. We lowered him to the ground. The occupational, they told us how to administer the CPR. The occupational started the CPR, and they worked on him until the paramedics got him.
Pretty straightforward.
And then, I mean, basically in real life, we passed away already, but they just kept working on it.
So the medications you take by them, does he have like the same ones he takes every day that you
I
know?
think in the morning, all mornings are the same, but I don't think he takes like everything all day.
Okay.
So I think he had like a morning dose, a noon, and like a night dose. Because I did do overnight with him before at 7, and there were certain medicines that he would take between like 11 or 10 because he would stay up a little late at night. He was up and down at night. So I guess whatever the pain he was in, whatever surgery, we didn't go into detail because they considered him such a high-profile case at my job, so we got the bare minimum about what was going on. He had like a nurse coming in every day that they knew the depth. Our job basically was feed them, help them bathe, like the normal ADL stuff.
So when you say activities for daily living, is that ADL?
Yeah.
So when you say we, that's you and the other home health.
Yeah,
aides?
like the other, it was like basically 2 a day because they did 12-hour shifts.
Okay,
so somebody would be there
daytime,
7 at night to 7 in the morning, and somebody would go 7 8 to 7 p.m.
Okay. Do you have access to his like medical records or anything like that?
We didn't even have access to who his real name was. It was just when they first gave us him, it was just high-profile client Clearwater. I didn't know who it was until I pulled up, went to work, and
We're going to get to it, Joanne, here shortly. I just want you to see this part.
he was the first day I had him, he was in the chair.
Okay.
And anybody that knows him knows that hair with the ball. So I'm like, is that Hulk Hogan? And the lady was like, yeah, they didn't tell, no, they kept it like very discreet on, because I guess the celebrity factor was very discreet on who we were working for and everything else. So I don't even know why he ended up sick. They never told us what happened. It was just, he had just got out of the hospital and needed home health care.
Okay. So after this happened, did you write anything? Like, do you have to write a report as to what you saw?
No, I called my job. I said, well, they're taking him to the hospital. Okay. And she was like, okay, you have to stay until they physically pull off because technically you're still working.
Sure.
I gave Scott a ride to the hospital, and I called my job. I was like, we asked for a ride. I gave her a ride to the hospital, and they asked me what happened. I don't know if my job recorded when I told them or me in occupational therapy, but we never had to write anything or that.
And that's normal. I mean, have you ever had?
I never had this happen.
Okay.
In all my 20 years, I never seen nobody die.
Okay.
Never.
How you doing with it?
I mean, it was crazy.
Yeah.
Because not just before it was, but I've never had that happen to me. I even worked in the hospital. I never saw a patient cold. That was all scary to me. Like, that was just a lot. And then to go outside, and the street was already filled with people. It was just too much. It was a lot.
That morning when you got there, was he talking or anything?
Yes, he was fine. He was sitting there, and I was like, you gotta brush your teeth. And I would always tell him to kind of try everything every day. We're not just gonna sit in the chair. He was like, okay. He brushed his teeth. He was like, I'm ready. We went down the elevator, got him in because he had a little big recliner down there. We went down the elevator, got him in the recliner, and that was.
Okay, you said you said yogurt?
Yeah, that's all he basically ate morning time, just like yogurt.
Okay. Was he complaining of any pain or anything like that? More than normal?
Not that particular day, but some other days he would complain of his back. So I don't know what the injury had something to do with his back, but I'll just say he had back pain. Okay. But he barely was awake. He would always like sleep during the day. I guess the overnight shift would say he would be up and down a lot, which I can got because I did a couple of overnights. And it was just like whenever he wasn't comfortable, he was going to get up, go downstairs, and downstairs to go back upstairs. Okay. So him sleeping in the day was like really normal. Okay. On the average 7 to 7, I think he probably would be up probably 2 or 3 hours.
Oh,
out of the whole 12-hour shift. And if he was up, he was so quiet, he would just sit there and watch TV.
So how many times do you think you treated him?
I probably had him like 5 or 6 times.
Okay.
The remainder of the conversation between the home aide and investigators turns clinical, focused on Hogan's medical history and the strict protocols she is required to follow for reporting and record keeping. But that's only part of the story, because now we shift to the moments after the 911 call when caretakers stepped back and paramedics arrived on scene.
How do you remember what you were dispatched for?
Medical emergency.
Okay. So once you got there, what did you see?
When we got there, obviously, we get one note as the call came in.
Sure.
And then when we arrived, we found individual in cardiac arrest.
Okay. Do you remember where he was?
It was in the living room.
In the living room? Okay.
On the floor in the living room.
Okay. And what did you see?
Next to a couch. There was 2 healthcare providers there.
Mm-hmm.
the male was attempting to do CPR.
Okay. Were you the lead medic or the charge medic or whatever you guys call it?
Lead medic was my partner.
Okay.
But we interchange whatever needs to be done, we make it happen.
Okay. So this guy's doing CPR, one of these medical providers?
Yeah.
Okay, or attempting, as you said?
Yeah.
So then you guys, I assume, take over?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And then what happens from there?
We took over. We went through what we do normally. We follow ACLS protocols and county protocols that we do have. I think we were there for a long time, try to restart, what you call it, do everything we can.
Yeah.
And then we took him to the hospital.
Okay. At some point, did you look at his body at all?
Yeah, we did.
Now I'm gonna tell you protocol. I think Troy was in here. He's welcome to join us if he wants to reiterate this as well. When somebody's in full cardiac arrest, okay, protocol is to stabilize them if you can at the scene before leaving and going to the hospital. Meaning, you try to get a heartbeat before you take off, okay, because it's too hard to work them in the back of the squad. Now, sometimes you have no choice, and you have to keep moving and going as you can to hurry up and get to the hospital if you can. But it is, like I said, protocol, at least for me, to stabilize them before you take off and head to the hospital, which delays certain other things that can happen. But on the road, you do have access to epinephrine and all sorts of things that should help that, okay? Paddles, whatever you got to do to get it going. My biggest thing with this, I think, is the person that if they were doing CPR correctly, and that's the problem, it has to be done correctly. They may not have been strong enough because he's a very big guy, okay, to compress his chest enough to actually make it matter, to affect the heart muscle. So again, at that point, that may have just been what it is. You know, one of the nurses was doing it, or his wife. They're both tiny. He's huge. He's like 4 of them, okay? And that is exactly probably the problem. Because if you don't, like that guy said, I didn't hear his ribs crack until I took over and did this, meaning they were already not broken. That's when you know you're getting a full compression in. Very hard to do sometimes because you got to be pretty strong to do it. So I just want to clarify that too as well. Yeah, you don't typically transport until you get at least some kind of a heartbeat going, okay? Once you do, you haul ass, okay? And they're working them in the back the whole time, getting there, trying to get to the point where you can get them in the hospital and get things going a little bit more advanced at that aspect. So anyway, I just wanted to clarify that for you guys to understand if you didn't. And yeah, you don't transport if you call it either. You just don't. Which is, if somebody's already working them when you get there, you kind of have to keep going, okay? That's how we've done it here. If they're already started CPR and they're doing the, you're going to want to keep going. But if not, just saying. Anyway, on we.
Yeah, before we said roll them to the board, we look at them. We look
just
at
to make sure.
Yeah.
Did you see any obvious signs of trauma or anything like that?
No, not initially. We didn't.
When you were there, sort of doing your thing, working the code, did you hear anything from anyone who was there about what happened prior to the cardiac arrest?
Yes, I did ask. Yeah, I did ask. According to, I believe, when I asked what happened, well, he received some treatment. I guess physical therapy or something. So
okay.
And then he went to his bedroom somehow.
Okay.
After the treatment.
He did? Or
yes,
someone else?
He did.
Okay.
The patient. He went to the room and then a short time later came from the room, sat on his couch.
Okay.
And watching TV or something.
Okay.
And then the physical therapist and the nurse that was there continued doing their whatever they were doing.
Okay.
And then he told me after a little bit of time, go check him to check a blood pressure, and there was none.
Okay.
And that's when they, this guy is coded on the couch.
Next up, a lieutenant gives his version of events, adding a new layer to what really unfolded.
We rolled up, the rescue was in front of us, jumped out, grabbed some equipment. We saw the female CNA, whatever she was, standing on the porch right between the doorway.
Okay.
Walked in, saw the other gentleman, another nurse or rehab guy, whatever he was on the floor next to the recliner doing chest compressions.
Okay.
And at that point, we just worked a standard ALS cardiac arrest, all of our protocols.
Welcome, Troy. For anybody that doesn't understand either, ALS cardiac arrest protocols means advanced life support cardiac arrest on our protocol. Protocol is what they do in a standard situation for a cardiac arrest patient is what that stands for. Can you hear me okay, Troy?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us today.
Start off with just CPR, BLS airway with just BVM and some oxygen. Put him on the monitor right away. He was in asystole.
Asystole, again, for people that don't know, is when your heart goes out of rhythm instead of being in the standard rhythm. There's another different name. A lot of people don't know these terms. I'm just trying to help you guys. Defib, asystole, those are different variations of irregular heartbeats and so on and so forth, or no heartbeat for that term. Sorry. And it's been years for me, Troy, so if I say anything wrong, you're welcome to correct me, sir.
No, you're good. Asystole is no electrical activity in the heart.
Exactly.
And we call it, we have dark humor. We call it stable.
Stable. Yeah. I haven't heard that in a long time.
Yeah.
I upgraded his airway. I placed a king tube with an OG tube and made our CPR continuous. At that point, it wasn't BLS CPR anymore. And then just followed our protocol.
And again, BLS CPR is basic life support CPR, which is a very standardized version of CPR. When it goes to ALS, which is advanced, it means they're either doing, they're adding to what they're doing. They need more, adding epinephrine, other things like that go into advanced life support protocol. Sorry.
We gave the maximum EPIs we're allowed to give, which is 3. We gave Narcan just to give Narcan. It's pretty standard practice on cardiac arrest patients from the H's and T's.
So I didn't even realize. Is that standard now, Troy, to give Narcan?
Yeah, there's no contraindications. So it either works or it doesn't. And if you have somebody that's not responsive, he says the H's and T's. I can't remember all of them, but it is a way to rule out a possible opioid overdose. We also, you're going to check their blood sugar to make sure it's not low. That could be a cause of the arrest.
Yes.
So, yeah, that's pretty standard. 3 doses is kind of high, but
yeah, it is.
There's no contraindications. So
yeah, when I got out of it, Narcan was still new, okay, and we were just basically using it for overdose when you know it's an overdose, stuff like that. So I guess it's become protocol as a normal thing when somebody's not breathing now.
Oh yeah, yep.
That I didn't know.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for joining us, Tomboy. See you soon.
We kind of rule out, and it's pretty benign drug when given. So we gave Narcan just to give it. Checked his blood sugar, which came back good. Learned that he'd recently had some kidney issues, so we treated him. We also gave some bicarbonate calcium, but it was pretty much just a standard, regular asystole type style cardiac arrest.
Do you remember what you were dispatched for originally?
I remember the notes. It did come out of the cardiac
Thank you pretty
arrest,
much.
but I didn't say anything about like the sex. I didn't say if male or female.
Okay.
And I think it said, I don't think it had an exact age. It might have been like an approximate.
Okay.
But
when you got there, where were people positioned?
The one female nurse was standing in the doorway. Like when you walk up those stairs, she was right there on the phone.
You're talking about the front stairs, like they go through the front door.
Correct. Yeah. His wife was kind of between there and where he was.
Okay, so I was reading something else I wanted to give you guys a little heads up on because somebody had asked why there was an investigation. I think that there has been an investigation into this because they believe that there was some nefariousness involved, that they didn't attempt CPR at all, and that there could have been something else that happened here. I think they were looking at the girlfriend or new wife, I'm sorry, as a possibility from what I just read. So that's where this is kind of going in some aspect. Just so you guys have an idea as to why we're looking at this, where the crime of this comes in.
I'm glad you said something because right there, the investigator asks an important question probably to that, which is he's talking about, what he saw when he was there. And he just pointed out that there is a female just like standing there. So can we listen to that again? Because that might be, kind of key.
Yeah, definitely.
So that they're accusing the bystanders of not doing CPR, correct? Not the providers.
Well, right. Yeah. The bystanders, the girl, the wife and the nurse, because as the one EMS director says, when he first starts the CPR, he broke the ribs. And Troy, the first initial impact or the first initial compression impact, you'll do that if you're doing it right. If not, if you don't feel that or hear that, you're not doing the right type of a compression. So
yeah. But you stated previously he is a big chested man.
He's big. He's very big. Yes.
So, but
that's what I'm saying, that we can look at that as a possibility. But if they're just standing there, like Eddie's pointed out, who's doing CPR?
Right.
But I think they refer to that. So
yeah,
we'll see what happens here.
Was on the phone talking to somebody.
Okay.
And then the male nurse was on the ground doing chest compressions.
Okay. And where was?
And there it is. The male nurse is on the ground doing chest compressions, which he probably because he was bigger, stronger, maybe. Because Hulk is big, like Troy just said too, and I said earlier, big dude, very big dude. So okay, somebody's doing chest compressions, but maybe not doing them correctly because he is still so big, or were they doing them? I think that was what the indication was, is that they wonder if they were doing them the whole time. So,
and Diego, partly because of the closed captions were duplicated at one time, and then at another time they were there weren't any. So can you bring us up to this moment in that scene? Like, how many people are there? Did this start with a 911 call or something, and then did these women claim to be doing CPR? And now we're going to be looking for discrepancies.
Yes, yes. There was two nurses, I believe, and then his wife, male and female nurse. I believe. Don't quote me because that's how I took it. I know that closed caption stuff screwed me up too, because it's hard to hear. That's my understanding. And when we're gonna have, they're gonna do an interview with another gentleman that is the paramedic, I believe, and that's where he makes the claim that when he does his first chest compression, the ribs broke, meaning they were not broke at that point, meaning a full compression had not yet been done. But that's why I made sure to tell you guys right out of the gate, it may not be nefarious that happened because some people don't know how to do it correctly. They don't realize that you actually have to feel and hear the cracking of the ribs for it to be a real compression and then move forward from there. Because of the way the rib cage surrounds the heart, so on and so forth. But up to this point, that's why they're interviewing these gentlemen now to find out exactly what went down when they got there.
Okay, and who are we watching being interviewed here? What is the guy with the ball cap? What is
this is one of the EMTs that was on scene for that day. I believe there was an EMT. I think it could have been an AEMT and then a paramedic, which is the other gentleman I think they're going to interview here in a minute.
Okay, thank you, Diego.
Yes, sir. And again, anything I may say wrong, Troy, you're welcome, since you're still active, to correct me.
Just to, I'm not active anymore, but just to make it easier for people to understand, BLS is EMT, emergency medical technician. It's a certification, and the best way to keep it in line is EMT in most jurisdictions can't do invasive things, whereas a paramedic is advanced life support. He has a license. He's licensed usually through the state, and he or she, I'm sorry, and the paramedic can do invasive procedures such as intubations, start
Medication.
IVs.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's a good way so people understand the difference between an EMT and a paramedic.
Right, because a lot of people don't quite get that they think EMTs and medics are the same thing, and they're not. There's a big difference in schooling and in knowledge. Like an EMT B cannot start any kind of an IV or anything like that. An EMT A, at least here in Ohio, I think they can start a line, but they're not allowed to administer any type of hardcore medication or anything. That has to be a medic, period. I know there's different rules in different states, I found out too, but
Oh yeah, yep.
but yeah, that's a good way to explain it for those of you that may not understand the difference, because it is a huge difference, folks. Huge difference, believe it or not. I think that's it. But yeah, thank you for clarifying that too, because that is important to understand.
Yep.
And there's usually every bus or every ambulance, we call them buses, every bus that goes out, typically, well, I shouldn't say typically, because I've been on a bus where it's just two EMTs, and you have to call for medic backup, because depending on who's staffed and who's not. But a lot of times nowadays they try to have at least one medic on board with one or two other EMTs, whether it's an EMT B or A, which would be basic and advanced. You have EMT B, EMT A, and then you have paramedic, is how that goes protocol wise. And it's all about schooling.
Yep.
All right. Anyway, I'll shut up now. Sorry.
Was Mr. Balea?
He was, if you're looking at his recliner, he was to the left.
Okay.
The paramedics on scene all have the same story. They knew someone was in cardiac arrest, and they jumped in to treat their patient in the way in which they were trained. One of the paramedics is asked about whether or not he notices anything unusual on.
And that's the next interview. Trey says, and I saw this too in the article I read, one video I saw said that his pain meds were off the charts in the amounts. And that in itself, because of his age and because of his heart issues that he had based on previous steroid use and stuff like that, his heart was weak. Okay. If you overdo it with the opiates, and being that he's older, he's got a lot of pain in his body. And from my understanding, he had a problem with pain meds back in the day because of his knees and stuff like that. Don't quote me on that one, but I remember. But if it was like overly done, he kept saying it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. He's a star. He's got money. He gets his way. He's probably got his own private doctor too. Kind of like the Michael Jackson situation that happened. He was probably taking them or asking for them more often, had too much in his system, which will shut your heart down, guys. It truly can. So just a thought, which could have been another reason why well, obviously you guys are saying it's protocol now for Narcan, but maybe that was another reason why they were going to give it as well. So anyway, thank you for that.
Unseen.
So you said you started your protocol, so you guys start working at cardiac arrest, as you presumably normally do. Did anything stand out to you about this one?
No.
Okay.
No.
So what were you sort of doing as part of to help with this?
I was kind of helping where needed.
Okay.
Everybody kind of filled into a position as far as airway, depressions. Then I just started gathering equipment and what else was needed on the outside of it.
Okay. I assume at some point you looked at his body. Did you notice any signs of trauma that were apparent to you or anything like that? While you were there, did you hear anybody talking about what had happened before he went into cardiac arrest, if anything? Okay. Any talk of any medical history or anything like that you would have changed how you guys did business or anything like that? No?
Not necessarily.
Cool.
It's pretty straightforward.
Okay.
So we know Hulk Hogan stopped breathing. The 911 call came in as a cardiac arrest. And until now, the story has been the same. Those inside the home, including the occupational physical therapist, immediately began CPR the moment they realized Hulk Hogan didn't have a pulse. But a newly released body cam video reveals something investigators noticed.
I didn't realize you were a medic, pretty much. That's awesome. I'm grateful to have you here in the community, too. Thank you for letting us know that. That's awesome. We got 3 of us here now.
She probably
Very
knows,
cool.
She probably knows her H's and T's, unlike
100%.
us.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I was an EMTA. I was moving towards the medic side of it, but when you get hurt, you're done. I'm just telling you right now. Take care of your bodies, folks. But yeah, but no, I'm grateful for that, and thank you for your service, Kales. That's very awesome. Very awesome. It is interesting. It's very hard work mentally and physically. The mental part is what got me too. So the after effects of it, I should say. Moving on.
And one paramedic says that version of events doesn't add up. So I want you to listen carefully to what he says.
All right. When you got to the house, what did you see? Like once you walked in?
When I just went up the stairs because I saw the, I don't know if she was a nurse or whatever, saying, hey, he's up here.
Okay.
So I just went up the stairs because the paramedic on the engine and the lieutenant went to help grab the equipment off the rescue.
Okay.
So I just went upstairs. When I walked into the room, he was on the floor next to a chair. The therapist, the guy in the room, the scrubs,
Okay.
said he was doing CPR for 8 minutes.
Okay.
He was not doing CPR for 8 minutes.
What makes you say that?
Because when I started CPR, I'm the one that broke his ribs.
Okay.
If he was doing CPR, he was doing poor CPR.
Okay.
So just that's, yeah.
Okay.
But he, in the notes going up, and I think on the radio, they said they were having trouble getting him out of the chair to the floor. So we were thinking we were going to have to get him on the ground, but he was on the ground when we got there.
Okay.
Some striking allegations are being raised here. Did the occupational physical therapist really perform CPR for 8 straight minutes? And if so, was it done improperly, as one paramedic claims? Now, these are obviously serious questions, and for now, they remain just that, claims from one side of the scene. The only way to get clarity is to hear directly from the therapist himself. His name is Justin McCamey, and his conversation with investigators is a little hard to hear, but I want you to listen closely to what he had to say in the minutes after Hulk Hogan died.
Eyewitness the surgery a month or 2 ago. They severed the phrenic nerve. He went into complete system shock. Been home health. I'm an occupational therapist, and he didn't look good. I saw him last week one time. That's like get here, he was breathing. I just called the chest. So she did. I was checking out the. Do what? Okay. He ate very little, a couple of blueberries. Was up throughout the night, some medication, sleep, narcotics, and came back to the room. I noticed it is, yeah, it should be behind that feet. No rise and fall to the chest. Tried to get pulse, tried to take blood pressure, nothing. She came in, we realized it together, immediately called 911. Down to the floor, we started corrections. I mean, that's basically he was breathing. In any case, when I saw it, I didn't, because it's such a big guy. Yeah. So getting a pulse, getting all that stuff, sometimes difficult. And then when I realized it, obviously we didn't call and get assistance. To be honest, I'm surprised he lasted this long.
You said you were only here like 10 minutes, right? Before he...
I got here about, I can tell you, talking to I was here at 9:30. I walked in the door.
And how long have you been helping take care of him?
Only my second visit. Okay. I just did the initial eval last week. Honestly, I was surprised when they had the weeks.
And are you trying to help him adjust to being in like the wheelchair mainly and stuff like that? Or?
Yeah, occupational, that definition, PT does the legs, okay. We do the upper body. Okay. Function.
So just helping him function as best he can.
Right. I was trying to get him back because he was having trouble breathing.
Was he able to walk and stuff?
Barely. It was a pivot transfer.
But he's been using like urinal and stuff. What's the big issue right now?
Everything. Like we were.
Like why was he not able to walk?
He had that, let's say, severed the phrenic nerve in surgery.
Was that recently? Okay. So he had a back surgery, or what was it?
It was honestly, it's had so many surgeries.
Okay.
The phrenic nerve is a nerve that involves respiratory.
Okay.
And if you slice that, which is hard to do, the doctor.
Okay. But so
that's off the record.
the surgery.
So you caught that. The doctor could have screwed up. Now, there was damage to the phrenic nerve, and that could have led to certain complications. And that comment is what led to some speculation that Hulk Hogan's death was caused by a botched surgery. When investigators followed up with McCamey later, he was much cagier with his answers, seeming to suggest that the fact that Hulk Hogan was a celebrity made speculation about his death and reports about his death spiral out of control.
So this has nothing to do with the medical records per se. It's more just your own observations, your own background, and that type of stuff.
Can I have her present? Sure. I mean, it's a little intimidating. I've watched Law and Order for years. Okay.
Well, no, I'm a nurse.
Say that again?
I'm a nurse.
Okay, yeah,
I've run tons of codes.
Yeah, this was my first.
I've never had the police come to my house
I understand that we're
over a code.
making things uncomfortable. That's not what we're trying to do here.
No, I understand. I just, you have to see it from my perspective, you know.
No, and I
Three
get
kids,
it.
you know.
That's what.
Yeah, they're not letting us sit. They don't want us to say anything else because evidently I spoke too much already.
That's what they told you?
Yeah. Well, no. In general, I'm just hearing what's going on in the news.
Your boss also, the lady also said to get their cards.
Oh, yeah.
He had I think it was a back or a neck surgery. Bucktooth, where they were talking about cutting or severing the phrenic nerve, I think is what they referenced when they said that, if that's what you were asking. Which he's had multiple surgeries. I know over the years I've seen different articles about many surgeries he's had, neck and back stuff, because of what he did. Lots of problems physically.
Okay, yeah,
I got you. Cool. But this is the CEO of VNA with TGH.
Okay.
So that's the high up. Can't go any higher than that.
Yeah, that's who I tried to call. I was cheating a little bit of moment, and I guess somebody else gave it. Ann was your supervisor, the DON? Yes. She gave me her number.
Okay.
Yeah, I tried to call. I didn't get a message back.
I did too, because I even called it, hey, this was going down.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Well, I mean, if that's what they're telling you to say, we're not trying to put anybody in on spot.
Yeah, understood.
So
I'm appreciative of what you're doing, but I mean, obviously I was blabbing this smoke. I don't know what I did. I don't even remember the conversation.
You did not blab, Justin.
And for everybody to ask, I'm believing this guy right here is a death investigator. On the right here, the way I'm looking at his uniform, that's what I'm gathering. So just to give you guys a heads up in case you were wondering.
Thank you. This is his. My name is, I'll write it on the back just so you have it. And she can call if you have conversation with her about anything. She's welcome to call.
Awesome.
That number, we sit next to each other, so call that one. You'll get either of us. Okay. Do you have any questions that I can help maybe lessen some of this angst that's?
I'm the one that's anxious.
Well, I got that collectively.
Okay.
And I was the one that was like, Justin!
My question,
Like,
we have family that are law enforcement, so we're
I'm like, some
totally-
guys just came here and, you know, I'm like looking at them with,
I'm just concerned that all this stuff's getting out that shouldn't have been out. It's
Yeah.
HIPAA violations on these camps. That's what they're redacted. And it's getting out. TMZ's calling me.
Are they?
Yeah.
that's not getting out. That's all false stuff.
Well, they're saying things that,
In life that the news says.
yeah, I don't know what's being true. That's what's
Yeah,
being
we
scary.
haven't released any video. I can tell you that.
Still open investigation.
So whatever you're seeing online is not coming from us.
Oh, you had
Okay.
a code that was an open investigation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's why because of some of that information that's out there, we're trying to get everything sort of lined up as it should be. Okay. So that's why we're here talking to you now. Yeah. The only thing is obviously about the surgery.
That's above my scope.
Okay.
It really is. It's not. I'm a therapist. I get people stronger.
Okay. So you didn't go to med school. You're not a surgeon. Nothing like that.
Not a nurse.
Okay.
Nope.
Occupational therapy is your licensure.
I'm like
that's your
PT.
business. That's everything.
I get people up and rocking and making them think.
Okay.
That's all I do.
Okay. And I know you told me on the phone, but the stuff that you got from about the surgery was from the chart.
That's all I know.
Okay. No other outside extraneous information?
No, none.
Okay. And you just said TMZ called you? You
Yeah.
didn't provide them anything?
No, I did not call them back. They called and texted me 4 times today.
Today alone?
Today's the first day they did, and they just slammed me.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry you're going
I'm giving you no information.
I don't mean to be rude. Are you guys in a bottle of water or anything?
No, we're fine. Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
I was just, wasn't expecting, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I understand.
I mean, and then my neighbor called me, and then I listened to the message that she left me. I was like, oh, there was 2 guys outside looking for Justin. I was like, what?
Yeah, no, Justin's not in any trouble. So we just wanted to touch base with you.
Months after Hogan's death, on November 19th, 2025, an investigator caught up with McCamey one more time to get some clarification. And McCamey, once again, tempered his original comments a bit.
I was talking to the boss who just wants one more question. In the video, you talked about how the phrenic nerve, when it gets severed, it's a hard thing to do.
I assume that, yeah.
Oh, you assume that?
It's not really my effort.
Okay, because basically, like, what we're trying to know is like how you knew that nerve. I'm sorry, I'm leaning on your car.
Right.
That nerve is a common thing that can be injured during a surgery, and B, like, how did you arrive at that medical conclusion to say that? That it's hard to do?
No, that was separate.
Okay.
I assume. I mean, I don't know.
But I mean, you're not a nurse.
Wow, that was a mistake. I thought that was something that was documented. So he was just guessing? That's a problem. You never make a statement like that guessing. Huh. Okay, that's interesting.
Not at all.
Right.
Yeah, cardiac surgery. Yeah.
Didn't go to medical school. You had the degree for the occupational therapy and nothing beyond that, right? Yeah.
Thank you so much for that, Bucktooth. God bless. Very much appreciated.
Thank you so much, best friend.
Okay. Sorry to keep you.
It's okay. I was also glad to know.
I understand that.
So I have gotten trouble before for talking.
Okay. Well, I think that should be it. All right. Thank you, sir.
It was interesting though. Listen to the interview how Bubba was planning for the next couple of days after that.
Oh, I've heard it.
And the guy mentioned Frank Murph himself. He's like, oh, it could have been, and I was like, huh.
I've heard it.
Yeah. So I shouldn't have said it.
Okay. Well, fair enough.
I just get you stronger and get you moving.
Well, that's equally important. So, all right. Take care, sir.
Thank you.
Hogan's passing was ruled a natural death resulting from cardiac arrest. The Clearwater Police Department praised the Hogan family, including his widow, Sky Daly, his kids, Nick and Brooke Hogan, and an attorney named Kevin Hazlett for, quote, their willingness to allow our investigators access to very personal information at a time when they were grieving and struggling, adding that it was, quote, extremely helpful. That will do it.
All right, so that is Law and Order's take on that. First and foremost, that guy should have never made that statement without any kind of neurological support behind it to know that, or basis of education, unless he heard it from somebody else and it was documented. That's not something you do. That's where big problems get started with that. Sorry.
I have several questions. First of all, he's a occupational therapist with a nursing license. Is he a LPN or an RN? And has he?
Good point.
Has he received ACLS training, which is advanced cardiac life support? And also, in his defense, does he have a duty to act? If he doesn't have a duty to act, then they're going to lose that battle in criminal court. But there's always civil court, which you can sue anybody in civil court. But those are just things I'd want to know. And it doesn't seem like they're pursuing him or the other person. It sounds like they're just trying to get information, and he's sticking his foot in his mouth every time he turns around. So
Yeah. Well, yeah, I lots of questions. Lots of questions. I agree. I do have another clip from another source that is now claiming that the police report is saying that it is based off of medical malpractice now. That was the cause of his death. So, the backing up to what you were saying about the questions you have, if that was a physical therapist first and foremost, I agree. If it's a difference between and no disrespect to anybody that is an LPN or an R, either one. Typically, most people go for their RN nowadays. Typically, I'm not saying it's always, but most of the time they do because LPNs they're not treated the way they should be anymore, and they're fully disrespected. So most people going for nursing go to the RN right away. More money, and you get more respect, and it's sad. But anyway, I agree with you. That's a good question. And what was the rest of what you said, Troy?
LPN, RN, and I agree with you. It doesn't make a difference. They still went to school and got a degree in nursing. The other question: did he have a duty? Did he have a duty to act? As a bystander, you usually do not have a duty to act. If you don't want to do CPR on somebody, that's fine. It's your choice. And even in some jurisdictions, EMS fire, if you dig down in the weeds, we don't have a duty to act. But we do.
We do.
So that would be interesting if they came at it from that. If they were going after them, if law enforcement or a prosecutor was going after them, if he didn't have a duty to act, then they would throw that out right away.
Immediately. That is correct. That's what we're going to find out, Redactyl. That's a good point, Troy. That's a good point. Let me show you this next clip here.
Now have new information based on the police report in the case and other information suggesting that his death was the result of medical malpractice.
Medical malpractice having to do with an injury, at least as a nurse who was on the scene,
an occupational therapist
was on the scene, who feared and shared this fear with the police that during a surgery that Hulk's phrenic nerve had been severed.
And the phrenic nerve basically connects to the diaphragm, which controls breathing. What's significant here is we are told that Hulk's wife, Sky, sounded the alarm when she saw Hulk had stopped breathing. Now, Charles and I have been going back and forth because I was on the phone with sources
dealing with
45 minutes ago when he was working on the Lil Nas X story. So when I was on the phone, you say that the occupational therapist feared. Actually, what I was told was he said it. He didn't think it. He said,
the nurse said
the occupational therapist said that it was the result of this phrenic nerve.
This nurse,
it's not a nurse. There was a nurse there and an occupational therapist.
Said that it actually did happen?
That's what he said. Now,
here's my question with this then. If that actually physically happened, why was he breathing okay up to the point that he wasn't? Because if you sever that nerve, my understanding is it affects your diaphragm immediately. So how did he breathe okay up to that point? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
That's weird. If that's the case. Hi, Randy. Good to see you, brother. On we go.
Again, I don't know the basis of it. I do know, based on our phone calls that we made, that it is in the police report and there is body cam at the scene. And I'm told that there is body cam both where the officers were discussing it amongst themselves, and presumably there is body cam when police were interacting with the occupational therapist. What is really interesting about this, and honestly, we have not gotten to the bottom of yet,
Happy Dagoversary, Miss Maggie, on 1 month. Hopefully, you'll be able to carry on. Either way, you're still part of the family, whether you're green or white, blue, orange, purple. It doesn't matter. We're grateful that you're here, so thank you for that.
Is that there was talk that Hulk had been cremated. Brooke Hogan, Hulk's daughter, has wanted an autopsy and said there was something suspicious here. You would think if, we don't know whether he's been cremated yet. A week ago, they said he had not yet been cremated, but we don't know what the status is now. But you would think they would go for an autopsy if there was any evidence of medical malpractice.
Correct. And you remember, Hulk had 2 surgeries. In mid-May, he had one, a fusion on his neck to repair a neck injury.
Right.
That's when Charles mentioned. But about a week or 2 or a couple days before he passed away, he had a surgery on his heart as well. So it's unclear which surgery the occupational therapist is addressing with the phrenic nerve. So
but it was a recent surgery.
So all that being said, though, you would think that if he had both these operations prior, you would want the autopsy to figure out
what I can't. But why wouldn't
happened?
If the police?
Okay, I didn't know that he had heart surgery done. All I had heard about was the neck or back surgery. That's interesting, because that's something else that could play into it as well. I've never heard that. Have you ever heard that? Anybody ever heard that before? That there was heart surgery?
I knew he was not in really good shape at the end. That's about all I knew.
Yeah, that's yes, that was given. Right. Okay. Onward.
Have this information from, at least as the occupational therapist put it.
Right.
Why wouldn't the medical exam? Why wouldn't the police?
I can't answer.
Order an.
They should have ordered an autopsy based on anything that is questionable, that doesn't look like natural causes. And if the family brings it to attention, it's an automatic thing, in my opinion. So they're saying there was no autopsy now. Wow. That's a question, folks. That's definitely questionable. Pulmonary embolism from surgery, sure, absolutely. There could have been multiple things, especially now knowing that there was heart surgery done. I'd like to know exactly what was done to his heart, but that's wild. That is wild. Let me see what else they're saying.
Autopsy.
I can't answer.
Even without the
as
families.
opposed to Sky needing it, right?
I cannot answer that question yet. I don't know the ins and outs of Florida law that way. I just don't know. But the odd thing to me is that if this was medical malpractice, you would think the family, i.e. Sky, would have a claim, and you would want that autopsy to confirm it. And that's why this is so odd to me, that as far as we know, there has not yet been an autopsy.
Correct.
And that's what does not make sense to me. You know, there are other things that Brooke wonders about, we're told, but this now we know is in the police report. And again, presumably, we're told on body cam, at least amongst the officers.
Right.
And I'm assuming that the whole conversation with the occupational therapist is on.
And Sky was present when this was happening.
Sky was right there.
Sky was right.
Yeah, always feisty. We did look into that when that happened way back when. But I was told that there's some new pieces of information that have been released on that one, so we may have to go back into it. But thank you for bringing it up for sure.
She's the one who sounded the alarm in the first place. He was, we're told he was sitting in a chair.
Correct.
He was sitting in a chair. This wasn't a heart attack where he grabbed his heart, we're told.
Also, he was sleeping. I'm not going to play any more of that because it's just more of what we already know.
I agree with Kales. I think we don't know what procedures medically he had done. He could have had whatever the heart could have been. It could have been a stent, could have been an ablation, who knows?
Right.
And it could have been a clot to the lung, or he could have thrown a clot to the brain. I mean,
Yeah, anything could. Yeah, facts are facts.
Yeah.
So
I don't know.
I'm gonna pull up a doctor real quick. Oop, Eddie fell out the window. Welcome back, bud. I'm gonna pull, or either that or he jumped out because of the sound. You might have to do it again, Eddie. I'm sorry. I'm changing the video over here real quick. This is a doctor that's gonna be explaining Hogan's cause of death. He's a forensic pathologist. So let me give you guys that there to give a little bit more on it. But there's people still questioning this, and I'm curious. So hold on here.
I'm Dr. Wolf, and I'm a forensic pathologist, which means I do autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death. And today we're going to talk about Hulk Hogan. The medical examiner recently certified his death as a myocardial infarction. And we're going to talk
That is a heart attack for those of you that don't know what that is, folks.
more specifically about that. And there were contributing factors of chronic lymphocytic leukemia and atrial fibrillation. So let's talk about definitions about how all of this fits together. First is the myocardial infarction, the cause of death. So myocardial means heart muscle, and infarction actually means death of the tissue. So an acute myocardial infarction is when heart muscle itself dies, okay? And how does that happen? Well, the heart is, of course, a muscular pump. It is actually, if you look at it under the microscope, it looks like muscle cells, just like you would see in a bicep. And what happens is that coronary arteries arise off of the kind of base of the aorta, and they spread out over the surface of the heart, and they nourish the heart muscle. So every time your heart beats, it sends blood into those coronary arteries, which then feeds it back to the heart. It's kind of an interesting and neat system. But what happens is when those arteries become blocked, either one or more of those arteries, which is usually by atherosclerosis, that can be from a blood clot or a thrombosis, then that blood can't get through the coronary artery, and it's like shutting off a pipe. There's no more flow to the heart muscle. And when that happens, the muscle begins to die. It usually takes a couple of hours to see it in the microscope, and then it progresses. And the longer you don't have flow, the more muscle will die. And the more muscle that dies, the less chance you have to live. And so what happens in an acute myocardial infarction, like how do they die, is usually one of two main scenarios. One is they develop an arrhythmia, so a very irregular or fast heartbeat, something like ventricular fibrillation, ventricular tachycardia, and there are other rhythms there. And those are not efficient heartbeats, so you can't get blood back to your heart, and you lose your blood pressure and you collapse usually. And the other is that a heart attack that's been going on for a few days can actually kill so much of the heart muscle that the muscle ruptures, and then blood spills out of the heart into the pericardial sac, and it basically constricts the heart. We call that cardiac tamponade. So those are the two main ways that I see myocardial infarction killing people. From what I understand, or what I could find online, and an autopsy was not done, so it would be pretty difficult to say acute myocardial infarction unless you had laboratory data. So for instance, creatine kinase levels, troponin I levels, something like an EKG showing the changes of a heart attack. But those are the main ways to diagnose. And of course, again, once you develop that arrhythmia, once you develop that heart rupture, death follows soon after. So what about the contributory conditions? First is atrial fibrillation. What does that refer to? Well, in older folks, it can happen in younger folks too, but it's very common in older folks where the atria, or the two top chambers of the heart, especially the left atrium, can fibrillate, which means it kind of beats more rapidly than it should. And those beats are not very efficient. They do not propel the blood as efficiently into the heart, and then from the heart to the systemic circulation. And so what happens is the danger of atrial fibrillation is two things. One is that because the blood is pooling in the atria, it can form a clot. And when it forms a clot, then that's problematic, because that little pieces of that clot can break off and go up the carotid arteries into the brain and cause a stroke. So the main association with atrial fibrillation is stroke. The other thing is you can get a rapid ventricular rate. So in other words, the atria are beating very, very fast, faster than the ventricles. But eventually what will happen is the ventricles will respond just as fast. And anytime you have a heart rate that's too fast, that's very dangerous for your body. So those are the main consequences. As far as a strong association between heart attack and atrial fibrillation, you don't really think of it in that way. It's normally stroke is the main association. But of course, long-term atrial fibrillation can weaken the heart muscle, can cause congestive heart failure, and can, again, cause acute heart failure, which may be why the term heart attack or myocardial infarction was used. But what about the other diagnosis? chronic lymphocytic leukemia. And you heard that right, leukemia is a cancer. But this is what we call an indolent cancer, meaning that it doesn't grow very fast and it really just kind of percolates along. And it's very difficult for these to actually kill the patient. What happens is when they do kill the patient, the chronic lymphocytic leukemia develops into an acute leukemia, which can be rapidly fatal. But people can have chronic lymphocytic leukemia for years and years and not really have much other than something like anemia, not feeling so hot, a little bit of shortness of breath, fatigue, certainly. And so I think what they're saying in this case is that you've got an underlying cancer, which causes increased lymphocytes in the blood is basically what it is. And when you have tens and thousands of lymphocytes in your blood, in every single micrometer of your blood, you're going to have a thicker blood, a more viscous blood. And more viscous blood is more difficult to pump by the heart. So it puts a little more strain on the heart if it's very, very high count. And in addition to that, heart condition of atrial fibrillation. So we've got two pretty serious underlying conditions terminating with a cardiac arrest, which is, they use the term myocardial infarction. Technically speaking in terms of medicine, we need to have proof that the heart muscle has died to make that diagnosis. But that's the basis of this case. It is what I would expect in this case. Of course, there are many different ways people can die in this scenario. Certainly, I would think autopsy or external exam with toxicology would be very important. You want to make sure that there's no substances within the system, prescription drugs, drug interactions, or things that can become sort of in toxicity and intoxication, like opioid medications and things like that. So if you have any questions or comments or concerns, please consider putting them down below, right?
Well, that's pretty basic. The leukemia thing was new.
Yeah, he nailed that.
Yeah, he did. And that's wild. So the only other thing I have on this, you guys, I wanted to show you, hold on here a minute, is Brooke herself speaks out on this, who, for those of you who don't know, Brooke Hogan is Hulk's daughter. Good to see you, Hangman. Just a little bit of a different thing today from what we normally do. Just to take a little break from Idaho. I mean, we did have an Idaho conversation as well, but this is something that was thrown at me. Mama Bear sent it my direction just to take a look at it to see what we got going on here. Because if it is, guys, I'm interested in celebrity and, true crime stuff as well. If there is something suspicious, I'm curious, but this is not very long. I'm curious to see what Brooke has to say here about this. And I'll give you guys a short take on this. And this is 10 months later since Hulk has passed. So, good Lord. The older she gets, the more she looks just like him.
It is amazing. Do you have a nanny? Do you guys do it yourself? Do you have family help? What do you guys do?
So when we first had the kids, we hired a doula service that our friend recommended. And it was like this rotation of like 2 or 3 women that were fabulous, but we fell in love with one of them. And I actually asked the head doula, I was like, do you mind if we like take Rebecca for ourselves and like actually have her be a nanny? Because twins is not like, we don't even leave Rebecca alone, like with the kids. Not that we don't trust her, but twins are like a 2-person job at minimum. It's like Rebecca is just an extra set of hands, to be honest. Like if we have to leave, like if we go to the gym for like an hour, or we go to dinner, when we come back, she's like, oh, man. I mean, it is like, it is work. And when me and Steve don't have her, we're like, oh my God, Rebecca, when can you come back, please? So it's like, it's a lot. And it doesn't help that our 1.5-year-olds are like wearing 5T. So they're huge. They have Hulk Hogan jeans for sure.
What is the hardest thing about being a parent of twins? Because again, I don't have twins. I've seen other people. It does seem like a bit of a challenge, but what is the hardest part?
I don't know what the hardest part is. All I know is that, like Ashley, my best friend that did Brooke Knows Best with me, that runs BB Designs with me, that we went to school together since kindergarten. We had kids at the same time, and she had a daughter 4 months before we had our kids. And when she comes to see us, she's like, "Oh, Brooke, this is wow." And she's trying to have a second one, and I'm all about, like, I totally, like, they say women like forget the whole process and they always want more kids, and I get that. I'm like, sometimes I'm like, oh my god, let's have more. And I tell Ashley all the time, there's some days where I'm like, are you sure you want another one? Are you sure? And like, I would never like take back having both my kids. I love both of them, but holy crap, 2 is crazy. Like, you hear people say 2 under 2, but we have 2 of the same. So I guess the hardest thing is, like, you've got a boy and you've got a girl, right? So they're growing and learning at different rates.
That's amazing. What? So you got the doula. What? You got a lot of things going on right now. We're gonna get into all of that. I just want to know, like, the last 2 years has kind of been a very interesting time for you.
It's like we're born to love them. Like, they're our only thing that we know from birth, right? And if anybody witnessed anything, it was that me and my dad were like freaking Mutt and Jeff. I mean, we were just like best friends. And I always say, like, I had a really good solid 18 years of my dad just being like a really good dad. And then, like, when the divorce happened and the Chrissy Ann thing happened and the sex tape thing happened and this and that, it's not that I didn't forgive or that I wasn't like, I can't get past it. It's that things changed with him and he kept changing. And I was there for a lot of it. I was there for a lot of the surgeries, and I was there for a lot of just the deterioration of our relationship and him. And when he got to this final part of his life, I believe a lot of things didn't have to happen the way they did. I could see what was happening. I could see people he was surrounding himself with. I could see what he was doing, what he was promoting, how hard he was working, like the surgeries he was choosing to have. Like, just some stuff was just not necessary. And sometimes people don't want to hear, hey, sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but you need to be doing this. Like, he didn't want me wagging my finger at him. And I get that, at his point in life, I don't know what it's like to be 71 years old. You might want to be like, I'm going to live my life the way I want to live it. And that's kind of the mindset he had. And in a way, he said, like, I have to live my life and you have to live yours. Mm-hmm. And that really hurt. And it's not that I wanted to take myself off the will. It's that I was so afraid of what was there in that camp and in that circle that, God forbid, if something happened to him, I did not want to be part of the storm. And I think we are seeing some of that storm. I know that there's what people see on the outside, and there's a whole underbelly of it too that people are not seeing. And I just didn't want to have that stress. Now, do I regret that decision? Yes, not because of the money. Because I used to tell my dad, when I was in the position of executor of the estate and the whole thing, I said, Dad, like, I wanted to talk to him about it first. I wanted to be like, what do I do? Like, when something happens, what do I do? Who do I talk to? What do you want me to do? And he never wanted.
From my understanding, I've heard that as well, Harry Potter, that his new wife was a Scientologist. I did hear that. Hey, Carolyn, good to see you. So if that, I don't know. No, this is the Hulk Hogan investigation we're looking into just a little bit. Love and Other Habits. Thank you for joining us.
Wanted to talk about it, which I think, like, any parent needs to talk to their kids about what happens. And he had everything laid out, but he didn't tell anybody what was laid out. And I think a lot of people are caught off guard that I'm finding out now. But when I was executor of the estate, I told my dad, I said, I'll make sure, Nick's taken care of. Like, anything that's left, like, we'll go 50-50. I'll make sure, your legacy is kept intact. Like, I'll do a beautiful movie on you. If the opportunity presents itself, I'll make sure your legacy is, like, nothing will get sold off. Nothing's going on eBay. Like, I'm going to lock everything up in a safety deposit box or in a safe. And if anything ever ended up anywhere, it would be in a Hall of Fame behind a glass case, in a Hard Rock hotel. Like, that was my plan, was to preserve his legacy and make him like a Marilyn Monroe or an Elvis Presley. And just
And I've already seen talks of a Hulk Hogan movie being produced at this point, to be honest with you.
have people remember all the good things that he did and all the great things, and protect him in every way, shape, and form. And taking myself off of that will, now it's like, it's not the money part, because I've never been about the money, but it's more about just like,
Not having a seat at the table for decisions being made.
Right. Like, I can't get autopsy results, and I can't, and it's funny because now people are treating me like I emancipated myself. And I'm like, just because me and him didn't agree on things and we didn't talk for a little bit, like, doesn't matter if you don't talk for 2 years or if you don't talk for 2 days. Like, families have their ins and outs. It doesn't mean I'm not his daughter. It doesn't mean I'm not just as important as Nick when it comes to his children. Yet I am treated like I'm an outsider. So it really sucks. And because I put it in a text, I knew that it was a really weird thing.
Well, Brooke, I want to pause you right there for 1 second. I want to know, Brooke, how is there not autopsy results for your father yet? It has been a very long time. It's been over a year, correct?
It's been, well, I mean, he died in July. So it's been about 9 months or something, 9 or 10 months.
We're at a year now, and I can't find autopsy results for him at this point either. Still, we're absolutely at a year now. Okay, something's not right with that. I know it takes a long time to get autopsy results, folks. We know this from what we do. A year? I mean, based on the basis of how he passed, it should be cut and dry, in my opinion. It should be, they should more than have had them. Unless there's more of an investigation going on than they're putting out. So that's kind of my thought. Hey, Pooh Bear, good to see you. When Brooke was little, I used to see them Sunday mornings at Countryside Mall. He would take her for ice skating. They were very close for a long time. He really adored her. That's what I'm wondering. Are they hiding these results for some reason? That's my question. And being that she was no longer the executor, she doesn't have access to certain things unless they're given to her from some, who I'm going to guess is Nick, or Sky. I don't know who it went to. I heard that Nick was the one that was handling certain things, but I don't know for a fact.
How do we not have autopsy results at this point? Like, what is holding up the process? Why is there not answers for you, for the family? That is something that I think people really need to like move on.
Has Sky helped you try to get those results at all, or is she the one, like, it's really up to her to really kind of get those
Sky
results?
may have seen them. Nick may have seen them. They have not shared them with me. I've asked an attorney that works with the family, who I believe is a nice guy and a decent dude. I've asked him multiple times, and the last text I got back was the private doctor that did the autopsy is changing a couple things last minute.
What does that even mean? Changing?
Yeah.
You tell me. I have no idea, but it's, it sucks because it's like.
So there was a private autopsy done. Was the ME involved in this? That's my LA County ME should have been involved, or not. They're not. He's not in LA anymore. Florida, wherever he's at in Florida, the ME should have been involved in that. If there was an investigation involved at all, I would think. If I'm wrong, somebody correct me. But they had a private doctor doing the autopsy, and why are you changing things now at the end of this? That's very strange.
Had I known that these people that I didn't trust, for good reason, were going to treat me like this.
And just so everybody knows, this was put out April 20th, so just a few months ago.
Yeah.
I
would have definitely stayed in power and told them all to go to hell. But,
and you're saying
it is what it is.
So your brother may or may not have results at this point for your dad's autopsy. Are you
I don't know. He might.
Not speaking at all to your brother? Is there no relationship at all at this moment?
Right now, no. And it's not because I'm like super mad at Nick or anything like that. It's just that it sucks. I said this in another interview. It's like in divorces, in family situations, like the people that suffer the most are the siblings because of triangulation. And it's like Nick and I had the same parents, but two very different upbringings, two very different experiences. And there were times, the only guff I have with Nick, and it's nothing that I think should warrant a nasty response or anything. It's just a fact of how I feel, is there were many conversations we had that I was like, Nick, this is concerning me. And he would say, I see it too. I know. And I'm like, we have to have a united front. And he was always like, not for me. And that, I think, had we been a united front, would have saved or helped my dad a million ways to Sunday. And I think my dad hearing it from both of his kids would have probably had a lot of weight. But me.
So what I'm guessing she's talking about are the things that Hulk was doing towards the end of his life that she was saying, you know, Dad, you need to be doing this, this, and this. This is not a good way for you to be living at this point, so on and so forth. And he told her, you need to live your life. I need to live mine. And I think it has something to do with his new wife being, you know, obviously way younger than him, doing certain things in his life that maybe he wouldn't do if he was still married to their mother, so on and so forth. And obviously she's saying that Nick didn't want to get in the middle of this, that he's staying out of it. And her point is that if we come together as one whole unit, both of his kids, and approach him with this, maybe he would have been, you know, doing better. So that makes perfect sense. I get it. Yeah, exactly, Maggie. I agree.
Just being on my own, it was like I was the annoying mosquito. So, you know, without Nick's support in certain situations, it just made.
Oh, no. Don't get me wrong. It's not just the new wife and the younger lifestyle, because he's 71. You heard her say it. He's 71. He married a much younger woman. I get it. You know, all of that. He can do that. The lifestyle that he was living was not that of a 71-year-old man. And then I think he had addictions. We know that he did. It's been talked about for years due to his obvious ailments and pain that he had and other things that he had issues with. That all goes into play. And at some point in your life, you have to stop doing those things because a 71-year-old man cannot do drugs and think that they're going to be okay. You can't overdo pain medications. Again, so this is something, Troy, I'm sure you can attribute as well as in the chat, the people that know at certain age in your life, drugs are great. They're fine. They help you through things in life. I get it. But at a point in your life, you have to back away from these things because your body is old, wore out, beat down, and can't handle the stress of what the drugs will do to your body. And they will affect your heart and everything. We just heard he had a heart surgery. There was something going on with his heart. You know, I'm sorry, Troy, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, what you're saying is fact. When you're younger, teens, 20s, 30s, you're more pliable, and you know, things don't hurt as much. You can recover faster. As you get older, your body, like you said, is wore out. You don't recover as fast, and there's so many complications that can occur from the medications, and that could lead to exactly possibly what happened to him.
100%, 100%. And we don't know what was going on when nobody else was around. We don't know what him and his wife were in the midst of. Again, I've seen many relationships where a 60-some-year-old man marries a 20-year-old woman. He wants to keep up with her and can't, you know, and it'll take its toll on you. It is what it is. It's part of life. So I'm just saying, that could have been going on in the background. We don't know. And from what I saw, that's true, Hangman. Clearwater PD officially closed it. There was nothing new. I don't know why this is coming. I think she's challenging the fact that there's no true to form autopsy report yet, and that she doesn't trust it, basically, is why this is still being brought back into the headlines. So, and we know that happened. There's people that are unhappy with like the outcome of certain things. They challenge it. They don't want to take the word of law enforcement or anybody saying, hey, Nothing happened here. This is exactly what it is. This is what they said it was. Is it medical malpractice? We don't know. But it's a lot of times it happens because people are just unhappy. They're sad, they're heartbroken, and they need somebody else to feel the pain they're feeling, so they do this. I'm not saying that's what this is. You may be absolutely right. I'm just telling you, we've seen this in other cases that things like this do happen because you're angry. Your dad's gone, and they were very close. Whether they're not talking or not, they were always very close. For those of you that never followed them, I did. I was a big fan of his, loved him. I loved their show when they were all together. It was just one of those things. You grew up with him. He was iconic to our generation, okay? And he was part of our lives growing up, and to see him leave us is like, whoa. You know, it puts a big dent in our lives. So, and I know some people don't cover celebrity deaths. I do. It's just something different that I try to put a little depth into out here because it's very interesting, and especially like people like him that we grew up with in our lives, or Brittany Murphy, or people like that, because they're people too. Their stories need to be told too. That's why I cover them. So
Made me look like an annoyance, and at some point, I just had to be like, cool.
actually, that's a good point, Kales. And I read a couple articles that Sky was somebody that was being accused. I don't know, but that's a good call, Hunt. That's a very good point to make. I don't think Brooke was ever very fond of her. That's just my opinion from what I've seen, and I get it. You know, I do. I get that, and it makes sense.
Bye. So it sucks because, you know, I there were situations that had me so scared. I really took myself off the wheel because, number one, I was actually scared for myself, my family, my safety.
Who are you? Like, why would you be scared? I guess that's what people are asking. People, and forgive me, but people find it strange to hear you take it off.
Thank you, Hangman.
Most people immediately go to money, right? Like, let's be realistic. I would say most of America, when they heard you removed yourself from the will, they go, why? Why would she not want the money? And I know that was not the reason for you pulling your name, but everyone's just, I think they were having a hard time wrapping their brain around why you wouldn't want to be a part of it.
First of all, there's not enough money in the world that would matter with what I felt I was facing. Like, there were just too many people that I had solid knowledge of not being good people around my dad. And I tried to tell him. And I felt that if I created any more waves, that I would be in danger. And that's the truth. Whether I'm making that up in my head.
Now, for what you guys don't know about that, what she's referring to is another article I read on this. There were other people that were surrounding him, friend, you can call them, that he was attached to, even former wrestlers still that he was close to, and people that were taking advantage of him and his money that were dangerous people. Now, what she's referring to is certain people that she doesn't trust. Also, there was a couple drug dealers that were around him that she was pushing him to get away from, along with some of these other wrestler friends that he had that were taking advantage of him, that were down on their luck, stuff like this. And my understanding, and from one article we looked at, was that she had some threats made to her, like, you need to mind your own business type thing, and blah, blah, blah. That's the reason why she took her name off of the being in charge of the will and stuff like that. She didn't want that with her children, her husband, herself. So I get it. I get it. People go through this all the time. It's very sad to see this situation unfold like this when we know they were a very tight family at one time. You know, he made his mistakes. We all know that, but we all grew up with them. You know, we knew who they were, and it was again iconic to us. And to see it end like this is just horribly sad to me.
Or it wasn't a threat at all. I texted his money manager, because I think that was the guy that was like side by side on the paperwork with me. Like, it was me and this other guy, Terry McCoy. And I was sobbing when I wrote the text, but I knew that if I said, I'm of sound mind and I want you to do this, I knew that they would do it. Because his one lawyer was like, Brooke, please don't. And I was like, I was sobbing on the phone to him. I was like, I don't see any other way around this. Like, I'm so scared. I don't want to be part of it. I don't want to have anything come back. Like, I love my husband. I love his family. Like, they're scared. Like, it.
There it is right there. That's what I was talking about. There were threats made, so on and so forth. And that should not be that way. And her dad, God rest his soul, he should have seen this for what it was and stood up for his daughter and her family and said, no, that's not how this is supposed to be. But again, we don't know the type of mindset he was in at this point, guys. You know what I mean? This is so sad to me. It really is. That's what she's challenging, though, is what may have happened here. There's other people that were around him that it was brought up in that article that she doesn't trust at all, that she believes could have had something to do with what may have happened. So I don't know. We don't have any absolute right now. We're still waiting on autopsy results to drop a year later. Is there somebody out there that's holding this up, maybe? Like somebody said earlier, hiding it? And yeah, exactly, Hangman. That's exactly what the point because we know him. We all know him from years and years of seeing him and how he acted. The old Hulk would have stopped any threat to his daughter. His head wasn't clear at all. There's my point. Also trying to keep up with 20-year-old something like. I think there were people in his ear. I think this younger lifestyle brought on other people that shouldn't have been around. Him and Linda splitting up was probably the worst thing that ever happened because they kind of supported each other. She kept his head out of the clouds. She kept him level, and along with Brooke, and Nick is not, with all due respect, he's had his own problems. I'll put it that way, and he's not very level-headed. So I think it's probably a dangerous situation there. I do know a lot about them because I followed him over the years, so on and so forth. His addiction is one of the biggest problems, and you guys know what addiction will do to people. Okay, that's all that matters at that point, and it's very sad. Very sad.
It just became too much of an overwhelming situation that I couldn't think my way out of. And it was definitely an emotional decision, probably not thought through all the way. But they were like, cool, since you put it in writing, we can take you off everything without your signature, and that's that. And I was like, okay, great. And I didn't care because I was like, I don't care about the money. I've been working off nothing of my dad's anyway. Like, I've been making my own money since, as long as I can remember. And I used to tell my dad would be like, I'm putting this aside for you and for Nick and whatever. And I'd be like, Dad, spend your money while you're alive. Go on the vacation to Hawaii that you wanted. Like, and if you're in pain, spend money to make it comfortable. Get the private jet. Get somebody to help you. Get, do what you want to do. Spend your money on the right care. Like, be comfortable. Like, I will be okay. And I always told my dad, like, when I was in that position of power, I said, anything that gets left, I'll split it down the middle with Nick. I'll take care of Nick. I'll make sure he's good. I'll make sure that your legacy is good. I'll make sure everything gets, taken care of. I want you to be memorialized in a beautiful way. And I'm regretting that decision now because I feel like nobody cares the way I cared. And it's just, and they might come after me for that. And come on, bring it the F on. I don't even care anymore. But
Bro, do you know how much was in that will?
I actually don't. What's crazy is I only know what's come out in the press. My dad never actually told me how much money he had.
Yeah.
I know, the online it said the Gawker thing was like 115 million, but then I know that Peter Thiel had helped funded it, and then it got split a couple different ways. And then I know that there was a lawsuit with a medical spine company that he got some money from. I have to imagine he was fairly well off. And then his houses alone, I mean, I have my Florida real estate license. I mean, he's got an $11 million house and a $3 million house up for sale right now. I don't know. I think by Florida law that should go to the spouse, but he could have written it differently to where Nick gets it. I'm not really sure. So I don't really know how it's all going to shake out, but nobody's letting me know, and nobody has any intention of talking to me about it. So that's fine.
Have you reached out to Sky at all throughout all of this?
Sky and I have had a conversation, to which she was very cordial and very nice. And I was very genuine and honest with her about my conversations with my dad about what he was telling me about her, and why I was concerned as a daughter. And I felt like this was my chance to have a woman-to-woman conversation of like, listen, I like whatever people believe, whatever people do in their life, whatever it is, not my business. I don't care. But I was just concerned about my dad's safety. And I think we had to talk because I wanted to see his body and make sure that an autopsy was actually done. Because the only thing I knew was like, quick cremation, bye. And I'm like, he had cameras in his living room where he supposedly died. Where's that footage? I told him to put those cameras in his living room. Where's his blood? Oh, well, we don't have his blood because you can't get blood out of a dead person. Well, you can once they're dead out of their eyeball. I'm not a doctor, but I know that. When you embalmed him, you had to drain his blood. So you didn't.
That statement alone, that somebody told her, you can't get blood from a dead person. That is insane to me, and she's right about the eyeball thing. But yeah, he had cameras in his living room. There was a whole thing I read about this too, a long time back, that there was reasons people he put cameras all throughout the inside of his house as well as the outside. Okay, and it was questioned as to why. She was the one that said that these things need to be put in there. Because there were things going on within that house that weren't trusted when he was not around. So based on the new wife and stuff like that. And that's what this whole fear of other people is about. And I still think she thinks that somebody did this to him. There's no proof within the police department, but people know what to do when it comes to that kind of stuff. When you have professionals doing certain things is all I'm saying. Yeah, right. You can't live your life for somebody else. It's a good point. I agree with you. So, interesting as she's going to explain some other stuff here, Roke.
Didn't get blood then, and now we're changing things. So you know what? I'm really just like, it's not my battle to fight. Sometimes I have my days where I'm like, not my circus, not my monkeys. My dad's with God, and that's all that matters. And then the other days I'm like, oh my God, F all these people. I just want to freaking Hulk up and like do the freaking, how he used to Hulk up in the ring and just come back swinging, So it's like, I go back and forth between like, but it's such a circle of people that, I don't know who would fight dirty. I don't know who would be honest. I don't know if I'm dealing with up and up people, So it's like, I have too much to lose, So it's like, is it worth it? I don't have my dad, and no amount of money could bring him back. So it's like,
yeah. And you had mentioned that you.
Welcome, Miss Kathy. Wonderful to see you. I hope you had a great weekend as well. Wonderful to see you here today, as always. Guys, make sure to subscribe to Kathy's Indie Zone. I promise you'll be disappointed with not doing it, guys. So make sure you do. Always appreciate Miss Kathy, as she keeps us straight on these documents without a doubt. So I hope you're having an amazing day as well, Kathy.
You obviously, had things been different, you would want that museum, that legacy, all of that to move forward. Do you know what's happening with all of his memorabilia? Because I know he obviously had a lot of memorabilia. Has any of that made it to you? Do you have any Hulk memorabilia at all that has made its way?
The only memorabilia I have of my dad's, and I asked him for some when he was alive, and he did not give me any. I did a signing at a wrestling con, like a WrestleCon convention, and I actually went to a booth that had old Hulk Hogan memorabilia, and I bought about $2,500 worth of stuff that they had, and that is what I have of my dad's. And when I told him I bought it, he goes, "Oh, that stuff is worth so much money. You should let me sign it and let me sell it because I can make some money off that stuff." And I was like, "I'm not giving it to you to sell. I'm keeping it for my children." Like, I don't think he realized how special he was. And then I was very, very lucky that one of his friends that I got in touch with found an old T-shirt of his that my dad gave this friend. And he goes, "I was cleaning out my clothes and I found one of your dad's shirts that he used to wear to work out. Do you want it?" And I said, "Yes, please." And it had been washed a million times and kept in, the friend's house forever, but it was something that my dad wore, so I have that. I know Nick found a pair of his flip-flops for me, which probably is the thing that means the most to me because it has his footprints in them, and I remember him wearing those. I asked for a cross that he wore, like one that he really wore, like whether it be the gold one that he wore in the 80s or even, I said, even the one that he wore with him and Jennifer's wedding date on it. Like nobody's going to want that because he's married to Sky and he's not married to Linda, and it's Jennifer and he's not married to Jen. So maybe just the cross that he wore when he was with Jen. And I don't think that's possible. So I really don't have much of my dad's.
What's your relationship like currently with your mom?
That's been a tough one. It's been back and forth. It's one of those things where I love my mom so much. And what's funny is Perez Hilton's having this like this new like revelation of like he found God, and like good for him. But I think one of the first things that started the war, as you would say, between me and my mom was I did an interview with Perez Hilton. And I actually went back and watched it because I was like, did I say that? I don't think I said that. And the title of it was My Mom Does Drugs. And I didn't say that in the interview. He asked me if she did. And I was like, I have friends that have told me she's like doing stuff and this and that, but I haven't personally seen it. It was like one of those kind of answers, but she's very quick to react. Like when I went on and I said, listen, I'm not going to say who did it, but there was abuse. I don't even think she like read it. I think she just like reacted emotionally and she was like, fine, I hit her a couple times. I'm like, nobody asked you to incriminate yourself. So she reacts. But what's sad is like, what she doesn't realize is she's one of my favorite people. Like she is funny. Like a lot of the good parts of me are my mom. Like she's given me some of the best advice in the world. She can hit a nail on a head. Like she is just like, she's so many things. There's a reason why my dad was just madly in love with her. I mean, she's just a magnetic, wonderful person. And then there's this other side where if she gets a wild hair up her ass, she can send you a scathing text message that like the words that are said can just never be undone. And what's sad is I feel like I reminded my dad of my mom and I remind my mom of my dad, and they don't like that. And, if my mom only knew my only intention was to love her and give her good advice and help her and be her daughter and have a mother-daughter relationship, that'd be great. But there's also things she does that I'm like, hey, that's not cool. That's not right. Like the Nick thing, like I need everybody to be a united front. Like, can everybody see the dysfunction happening here? Like, this is not right. And I can't tell you how many people are like, Brooke, no, you're wrong. Brooke, you're annoying. Blah, blah, blah. Shut up, Brooke. And it's like, I'm on an island. I feel like I'm always on an island. And every time I've, kind of reconnected with her, like when she said she hadn't talked to me in 8 years, I was like, we literally had lunch with my husband and you're saying you never met him. Like, it's always like some projection, some fabrication, some lie, some like, I'm this big, horrible person. And it's like, she knows my heart. Like she knows who I am. She knows I'm a good girl. Like she knows I wasn't sneaking out dating boys. She knows I wasn't doing drugs. She knows I wasn't a party girl.
I hope for your guys' case that time will eventually heal all wounds. Just because it's your family, you know what I'm saying? Like I hope that you guys somehow make your way back to a peaceful place in this world together.
I would love that too. I think lawsuits almost until the day you die. What it is.
Do you get nervous at all that your perspective might have been one of the best perspectives that now doesn't get told though because you're not in there? Like I think about that other angle of like.
All right, so the rest of the interview is about her music and stuff like that. No disrespect, but it has no bearing on what we were looking into. So there's really nothing else going on with this other than the fact that she's making these accusations per se. If there is autopsy reports out there, I'm going to look for it and continue. It's been a year, guys. There should be something by now. Okay. They cremated him from my understanding because that was what he wanted, but she said they did it really fast. Like there was no they pushed it to have it done quickly. I don't know if that has something to do with it. You guys, for those of us that cover true crime, you guys know what that usually means. If there's a very quick autopsy and they're fighting to give you autopsy results, there's something weird going on. You know what I mean? So I'll be keeping up with this on the back end of things to see if there's anything new to it. There's nothing else that I have found that has any relevance to anything. It is very well known that the new wife has been looked at in a bad light, and I understand. You know, I get it. I don't know what else to say on this, but somebody threw this at me and said you should cover this just to give everybody asking questions about it. There weren't many people asking questions, but something different, something new. So I'll be following it from the back end, like I said. If anything does come out on it, I will definitely make it known. So we've been here 4.5 hours, though, you guys. I think it was a great combination of conversations. And Eddie, thank you for bringing it forward. The conversation we had at the beginning of the show, and thank you guys for tuning in for this part of it too. I was kind of interested in this, see what's going on with this anyway. Up to date. So, any last thoughts, gentlemen?
Yes, I'll let Troy go first, though.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was going to ask Eddie what he thought, but he'll cover that. I always appreciate his insight. Makes me think a lot.
Absolutely.
I just think the Hulk Hogan thing it's kind of weird. It sounds like a family issue, and without the autopsy results, it's really hard to figure out what's going on with the whole situation.
Yeah, agreed. Like I said, it's something that's going to be followed in the back end. Free time and stuff like that, to see if there's anything new. But that being said, there's going to be other cases I'm going to be bringing forward too that we need to pay attention to. This is probably one of the most minute ones, but still interesting. And there's other cases I would be, like I said, bringing forth to be looking into at the same time. So hopefully I'll see you guys here for that as well, and not just for the Idaho case. And don't think that means I'm not going to be on Idaho. I will stick to that just like I am. I'll just be adding new stuff to the docket for it. So go ahead, Eddie.
Yeah, and Troy, I don't have any thoughts on the Hulk Hogan situation. I just haven't had time to look into any of it. But my thoughts on what we were talking about today, first of all, Dago, I do appreciate you, as always, allowing me up here to share my thoughts. And
of course,
half jokingly, judging by your thumbnail, I did try to dodge, and not bring it up because I know it's kind of taboo, but it's necessary that we do, examine everything closely in this case, especially. We're talking about the Idaho 4 case.
Yeah, Idaho 4, of course.
And I think, most people appreciated the conversation, whether they're going to admit to it or not, because anything Idaho 4 is good content and a good conversation.
Agreed.
But that said, I hope people's takeaway is that they can understand what I'm trying to share and what my thoughts are on that, and understand that there's the way I'm looking at it is what I hope you also see, because there's something that just doesn't add up to me. And if my sharing my thoughts enables anyone, even if it's just one person, to understand it and be able to see it, then it was worth it. My concern is, and I'm reading some of the chats at the end of the stream here too, and not to go deeply into this, that's not my intent here, but it does kind of need to be understood. But people are misunderstanding me a little bit, I think, and mischaracterizing my position on it. I don't have a firm position, and I think those that are like really incensed by this conversation, maybe those are the people that are
what that's questionable to me. There's something there then. That's strange, because this shouldn't be a conversation that should get people that offended. I don't think. I don't see it. I'm just trying to ask questions, like we all do throughout this entire case. So I hope that makes sense, Dago. Again, I appreciate you allowing me to share my thoughts up here today. And I think we had a good conversation for the most part. You and Jesse
Agreed.
and I and Tomboy.
Yes, I appreciate it. As always, and thank you much for joining us today. You and Troy both, as well as Tomboy and Jesse. It will always be a decent conversation, regardless of what we're looking into when it comes to that case, for sure. We may not always see eye to eye, but we're all here for the same reason, in my opinion. So,
Real quick, Stephen Fillmore, it's not that I don't care for Turvey. My opinions of him or my thoughts of him don't play into this. It's more of the behavior and what I'm seeing in the red flags, concerning all of it and how I'm putting it all together and processing it, pretty much.
and that makes sense. I understand that fully. Maggie, thank you for that. Last towards our goal. Anything good happening after this live? I am trying to go live here in a couple hours to do a Cafe Conspiracy show. So watch out for that, depending on what the boss lady here says. She's the boss, so whatever she says goes. So we'll see what happens with that. I may be able to do it tonight. I may not. I'm not going to promise it, but I'm trying to do it. So if you're interested in the conspiracy stuff we do here, tune in, and it should be interesting if we get to do it tonight, because I got something interesting planned for sure. That being said, thank you again for that, Maggie. Very much appreciated. And hopefully you'll be tuning in for that if I do get to do it. So thank you again. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to the moderators. Again, Eddie and Troy, thank you very much for joining me. I always appreciate you. Your expertise in fire and EMS is very important, Troy, as well as who I didn't realize. She's in here. She was a medic. I didn't realize that. That's going to be nice to know future-wise, as she's around for different things that we have that we can all team up on different things in these cases. So thank you for that as well. I can't find her in here. I was trying to pull her up to show you guys. Where is she? And I don't see her now. She may have dropped out already. Kathy, thank you for stopping by as well. We appreciate you very much always. Aquamarine, good to see you. So for those of you that are interested in the conspiracy stuff, make sure you watch out for it to go live. That way we can jump into something a little wild and crazy tonight as well. Thank you so much, all of you. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change a thing, because that is truly what I love about you all, the beautiful people. I will see you guys very soon. Have an amazing night. And if I don't see you, I'll see you tomorrow, guys. Have a great one. Much love. Bye-bye.